Good evening. It is 5 p.m. and I call to order the May 20th, 2025 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter into executive session?
Madam Chair, I move to enter executive session to discuss employment recommendations and updates, a legal matter related to Pillion High School adjacent property, a contractual matter related to a right of refusal for a parcel near Deerfield Elementary School, and a contractual matter related to the hearing officer process.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We will now enter executive session. right. Are we ready back there? Yes, we're ready. Okay, perfect. Welcome back, everyone. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session?
Madam Chair, I move we conclude executive session.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. I call to order the May 20th, 2025 board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. I now yield the floor to Beth Shealy.
Madam Chair, fellow board members, staff, and guests, please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence. Madam Chair, I now yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of student travel requests?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda with the exception of student travel requests.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 55 certified staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 55 certified staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 3 administrative recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 3 administrative staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion? Ms. Price, I'll just ask, how are we looking at this point in the year with all of our hirings?
Well, we are excited to bring those 55 to you tonight. Obviously, we want to continue to hire many more great employees. So if you have anyone interested in working for Lexington One, please send them our way.
All right. All those in favor of the 3 administrative recommendations, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to authorize the administration to sign the necessary documents expressing no objection to the homeowner's request for a variance to the Town of Pillion zoning ordinance?
Madam Chair, I move to authorize the administration to sign the necessary documents expressing no objection to the homeowner's request for a variance to the Town of Pillion zoning ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to authorize the administration to execute the necessary waiver of right of first refusal documents regarding the .05 acre near Deerfield Elementary School for a road widening project?
Madam Chair, I move to authorize administration to execute the necessary waiver of right of first refusal documents regarding .05 acre parcel number TMS 007500-01-004, just to be clear, near Deerfield Elementary School for a road widening project.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the slate of hearing officers for the 2025-2026 school year as discussed in executive session to authorize administration to enter into the necessary contractual agreements to engage those hearing officers?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the slate of hearing officers for the 2025-2026 school year as discussed in executive session and to authorize administration to enter into the necessary contractual arrangements to engage those hearing officers.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We have no other actions stemming from executive session, which means we are now to our favorite part of the night, our honors and achievements. Yes. Okay.
Give us a moment as between each group. I'm going to bring them in and each group line up in the back before we start calling names so that they can have a chance to hear their names.
That sounds perfect.
And then parents, if you see afterwards, I told them, or as they come in, I'll tell them they can sit with you, or they may just decide to walk back out and wait for you. Miss Henson will give you time to leave when we get them all recognized, okay? And feel free to take pictures and everything. So I just wanted to give you
Perfect.
that heads up.
So you're bringing in the speech and communications winners first.
First one's coming in just a second.
All right. It is really exciting when we can. Okay. All right, here we go. So please make sure that you grab a copy of the Proof Positive newsletter, which highlights our honorees. That newsletter was on the sign-in tables as you came in the door. Once we finish, we will give our honorees a chance to leave before we resume the rest of the meeting. Dr. Postlethwaite and Dr. Price, will you please step down to the front? Honorees, when you hear your name called, please come and stand with Dr. Postlethwaite and Dr. Price as we tell the audience all about you and your achievements. Now, let's honor some Lexington High School students who took home first place at the South Carolina Speech and Communication Association state competition. These students demonstrated mastery in various categories, which you can read about in the Proof Positive. Please come forward as I call your names. Caroline Ford, Abby Houston, A.K. Howell, Kaylin Huffman, Bella Ludy, Hampton Owens, Catherine Richter, Colby Wilson, Nash Wilson, and Brett Winchester. These are students of Leslie Dellinger and Shelby Presley. Please join your students up front. We would also like to take a moment to honor Leslie Dellinger, who was recently named the recipient of the Outstanding Theater Educator Award by the South Carolina Theater Association. This significant award acknowledges the individual at the K-12, college, or teaching artist level who has made the most profound contribution to theater education in South Carolina over the past year. Leslie will be recognized at SCTA's annual gala on Saturday, June 7th at the South Carolina Children's Theater in Greenville, South Carolina. Congratulations to you all, and please take a bow. Congratulations. Oh, it looks like they're already ready. Okay. Next, we will honor two outstanding students from River Bluff High School who achieved top honors at the prestigious Chinese Language Association of Secondary Elementary Schools National Talent Show Competition. Whew, that's a lot. Please join me in welcoming Braylon Davis and Mayel Wong up front. Braylon and Mayel's remarkable entry secured first place in the immersion group for the Chinese language category, a testament to their impressive linguistic abilities. This competition truly put their language skills to the test, and they excelled. Their dedication and the significant process they have made in their language learning journey are truly commendable. Congratulations. Okay, now let's turn our attention to a group of Lexington High students who soared above the rest at the Aerial Drone Southeast Regional Championship. That sounds really fun. Okay, please join me as I call your names. Vic Kulkarni, Sean Lee, Rashil Patel, and their advisor, Nicole Dyson.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Come on, bring the banner.
All right, these students won the Communications Mission Championship at the Aerial Drone Southeast Regional Championship. This prestigious award recognizes their exceptional organization and communication skills, clearly demonstrated in their interview and meticulous logbook. What makes this victory even more significant is that this regional championship effectively serves as the national championship for aerial drones. Their mastery of problem solving, teamwork, critical thinking, and technical application is not only impressive, but also a shining example of the future of STEM education. Congratulations. Okay. Now we moved from the sky to the lacrosse field as we honor the Lexington High School girls lacrosse team who have etched their names in school history by capturing the 2025 South Carolina Class 5A Division I state championship title. Go Wildcats! I think we have 4 Lexington High School alumni sitting up here right now. This team is represented tonight by some senior members. Please come forward as I call your name. Bella Adler, Anna Barger, Elise Best, Lauren Bowers, Olivia Buchanan, Brooke Burgess, Emerson Clamp, Margot Huaven, Haley Jasuda, Izzy Seville, and coaches Tiffany Torello and Steve Hilgeroth. In a thrilling championship game held on Saturday, May 3rd at W.C. Hawkins Stadium in Irmo, the Lexington Lady Wildcats triumphed over Spartanburg High School with a final score of 12-7. The victory marks the first ever girls lacrosse state championship for Lexington High School and stands as the school's 16th state championship across all sports. Congratulations to you all on your outstanding achievement. Okay, now it's that time of year when we honor all of our state winners from DECA, HOSA, and Skills USA. We will call each group up by school, and you can read about their amazing accomplishments in Proof Positive. First, we're going to honor our DECA State Conference first place winners. These students demonstrated a strong mastery of business principles at the state level. Please join me as I call your names. From Lexington Technology Center, Sean Askion, Ashwin Chidambaram, Ava Kanatkar, Kanreen Carr, and Rashil Patel, and advisor Lauren Garner. Congratulations, LTC students. I think, are we going to do each school separately? Okay. Oh, I think you want to smile for Dad.
Smile for the parent.
There we go. Next, from Pelion High, we have Maddie Martin and Abby Oliver with advisors Natasha Williams and Juanita Eliezer. And from River Bluff High, Zachary Albright, Riley Blakely, Anu Choi, Sophia Dollarhide, Ronnie Hakeem, Jackson Heberlin, Lauren Lim, Caitlin Marsh, Ethan Orr, Raghav Palapathu, Nishita Upasani, Mayel Wong, Sienna Woodley, Rose Zhu, and Alex Ziegler, as well as advisor Deborah Hendricks.
All right.
Congratulations to you all on your outstanding achievement. All right, we're going to move from DECA to HOSA. We will honor the first place winners of the HOSA Future Health Professional State Leadership Conference. Please come forward as I call your name. First, from Gilbert High, Emily Brandt, Vikram Chima, Jackson Taylor, and Julianne Wooten with their advisor, Sue Ellen Sheely. All right. Next, we have from Pelion High, Dre Lorick with advisor Andrew Ditch. Nope. Well, congratulations to Pelion. We'll move on.
Yay, Pillion.
And we'll move on to River Bluff High School. Ileana Castro, Luciano Chin, Joshua Chuhan, Hyorin Kim, Kaishik Nidagatu, George Wong, Rose Zhu, and Alexander Ziegler with their advisors Jeremy Searson and Angie Diaz. And last but certainly not least, from White Knoll High School, we have Natalie Kaysen, Shruthika Nair, and Kayla Nesbitt with advisors Melanie Piro and Patricia Ravago. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Good job. Lastly, for our student honors, we would like to congratulate our winners of the Skills USA State Leadership and Skills Conference. Please come forward as I call your names. From Lexington Technology Center, we have Zachary Alexander, Jordan Cogdell, Camden Cooper, Abigail Dobson, Jenna Durstein, Barrett Jones, Mason Kennedy, Caroline Locklear, Caitlin Metz, James Rawson, Georgianne Ruppert, Patrick Zapaniak, sorry, Patrick, and Kaylin Termiani. And advisors Sarah Hood, Danielle Mize, Carol Ann Brown, Marty Reichard, and Daniel Cummings. Congratulations. All right. And from White Knoll High School, we have Matt. Yes. Do we have, okay. Perfect. There were a lot of names read for only 3 people to be up here. We'll try it again. Promise we're going to honor you. Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to congratulate these winners of the Skills USA State Leadership and Skills Conference. These students are from Lexington Technology Center. Zachary Alexander, Jordan Cogdell. Hello, Jordan, again. Camden Cooper, Abigail Dobson, Jenna Durstein, Barrett Jones, Mason Kennedy, Caroline Locklear, Caitlin Metz, James Rawson, Georgianne Ruppert, Patrick Zapaniak, and Kaylin Termiani, with advisors Sarah Hood, Danielle Mize, Carol Ann Brown, Marty Reichard, and Daniel Cummings. All right. Oh, no. Yep. We're good. Congratulations, guys. Now, from White Knoll High School, we have Matthew Crespo and David Wardlaw with advisor Todd Fulmer. Much congratulations to you all on this huge success.
All the parents?
Thank you all. Now, Julie Washburn, the Executive Director of the Lexington One Educational Foundation, will present the annual Joseph M. Biedenbaugh Award. Biedenbaugh.
Wait till. handful. I'm pleased to be here this afternoon with you to represent the Lexington One Educational Foundation and present the 20th Annual Joseph M. Biedenbow Administrator of the Year Award. Established in 2005 by the Educational Foundation, this award recognizes an effective and deserving administrator within the district while also honoring an esteemed administrator from the original Lexington District 1 staff of 1952, Mr. Joseph M. Biedenbow. Mr. Biedenbow worked in the district for 36 years, serving as a 7th grade math teacher, a principal, and assistant superintendent for personnel and federal programs. Although he retired in 1983, he continued to serve the district for many years. The Educational Foundation leadership honors him each year as we present this award to a contemporary administrator in Lexington District 1. And sadly, Mr. Biedenbow passed away in 2019, and his children, Mackie and Linda, were not able to join us this evening, but they do extend their congratulations to the award winner for this year. And now on to our award presentation. The nomination packet for the Educational Foundation's 2025 Administrator of the Year Award was extremely impressive. It included some very heartfelt personal statements from teachers, administrators, and students, as well as some great photos. First, everyone shared how deserving and phenomenal this individual is. They gave many terrific reasons why the person should be selected for this year's Educational Foundation Award. A few of the comments shared were, this individual possesses an unmatched enthusiasm for education and an excitement for teaching. The individual is an amazing school leader who's compassionate advocate for students, staff, and families, brings positive energy, silliness when appropriate, and zest to work every single day, leads by example with a servant heart, and steps in to help whenever needed, is a champion of character development, sets a high bar, yet is side-by-side working with everyone to reach goals together, is masterful at building relationships, listening, and resolving conflicts in a positive way, and always sees students full of potential and brilliance, just waiting to shine. A number of individuals shared how this administrator's imprint reaches far beyond the walls of the schools and into the community as well. Students also shared their heartfelt wishes and said this person gets students excited and ready to learn, instills a sense of pride in schoolwork, and helps me when I'm having a bad day, loves being an educator and it shows, has made school a fun place to be, and makes us laugh with silly and fun clothes. As a result of the many earnest words shared in the nomination packet, we created a plaque to present to this individual, so I wanted to read it to you. The Lexington One Educational Foundation's Joseph M. Biedenbow Administrator of the Year Award is presented in recognition of this individual's exceptional leadership and passion for education as a teacher, district coordinator, and assistant principal in Lexington District 1, for heartfelt dedication and care for students, and a strong faith in their abilities to learn no matter their personal or physical challenges, for a commitment to training, leading, and empowering teachers, demonstrating unwavering support of them, and reigniting their passion for teaching, for the energy and joy shared each day of school, greeting students and others with cheer, warmth, and sometimes laughter and silliness to brighten their day, for an extraordinary ability to build relationships, lift up everyone in working towards shared goals, and kindly and positively communicate with a servant heart. This individual exemplifies and demonstrates through action and example an outstanding dedication to excellence in education. Congratulations to Albert Hamilton Robertson.
Congratulations. Even during this busy time of year, we would like to take a moment to recognize the principals and assistant principals who are in attendance with us tonight. Would you please stand?
And that's the rest of the audience.
Thank you for taking the time to help us recognize our amazing students, staff, and schools. We have some very talented individuals in our district, and we love sharing their achievements with you. Now, at this time, if you need to leave, we will give you a quick and quiet moment to do that right now. All right, Dr. Price, I think we are ready for new business for the second reading of the fiscal year general fund budget, and I'm going to turn it over to you. How does that sound?
You driving in the back of the room?
Oh, it's behind your computer.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Tonight, we bring you our second reading of the budget to reflect our discussion from first reading, along with some updated financial numbers we've received since then. As you recall, these were the identified priorities expressed by the board that we used as guidance for crafting the 25-26 budget proposal. Mrs. Miller will give you an update on state and local revenue projections, along with some additional expenses that we've learned since our last presentation. Mrs. Miller.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Kathy Henson, Superintendent-elect Dr. Price, Superintendent Dr. Postlewaite, and board members. Before we get into too much of the budget, we did want to bring something to your attention. You've probably heard that there's been some discussion about the state aid to classrooms formula. It's not that the math isn't working or numbers are incorrect. The discussion is really along the lines of, is it doing what they intended it to do as far as allocating funds? And so, as you can see on the top left graph on this slide, when you look at the number of students across South Carolina, 8% of those total students go to charter school districts. And then 92% of those students go to traditional school districts. However, with the formula for the state aid to classrooms, if you look at the top right, 81% of the revenue is going to the charter districts, while only 19% is going to the traditional districts. So they are looking at that, seeing if they can change some of the weighting and what that would look like if that happens. So the discussions are, if we change that weighting from 0.65 for the charter schools and dropped it down to 0.35, what would the allocation look like then? And if that happens, 65% of the revenue would go to the charter districts, with 35% going to the traditional districts. You have to keep in mind that charter schools do not, what they are calling brick and mortar, they cannot levy taxes at the local level. That's why they're receiving more funding from the state. But the formula isn't quite doing what I think they perhaps intended to do. So right now, that's just in discussions. All the numbers you have this evening have not been adjusted for this. We're waiting on legislation to determine what that amount will be, if anything, with some changes. The last set of numbers we had on this, if we did have the change, it did look like it would increase potentially our revenue by $750,000 if they changed that weighting. So we just wanted to go over that before we got too far into it. Whoa, a little fast here with the... Yes.
You said they're in discussion for that. Does that mean they're working on a proviso for this current year? Okay, so it is
Yes,
being
sir.
worked on in conference and everything this year.
That's right.
Okay.
They are working on that. Part of it is can we change or should they change this weighting this for fiscal year 26, and then also forming a committee to really dive into that calculation and see if any additional adjustments or any modifications that may be needed.
Thank you.
All right. This year is also the reassessment year, which means there's a rollback millage calculation. All of our school districts here in Lexington have worked closely with the county. And you can see that originally on the left side, we were at 325.86 mills, and the value of a mill was approximately $392,500. With the rollback and the reassessment, that mills will go down to 303.2 mills, and the value of the mill will be $421,900. Now, I will let you know that is not the gross value of a mill. That is a net value, assuming there is a 95% collection rate. And we've calculated that based on historical trends and what the collection is over that period. Are there any questions related to the rollback of millage?
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
for the public,
Yes.
because I know this makes my head spin sometimes, just to clarify, we are not assessing any additional millage. We are not getting any additional revenue. It's simply just a year to reassess it, and that was done by Lexington County. It's not a school board item, correct?
You are absolutely correct. This is something that happens every 5 years, and the county reassesses the property values, and then we do the math to adjust the number of mills so that the revenues remains consistent. Sorry, my computer locks the screen so fast for our IT folks. All right, moving down to the next slide, we still have several legislative unknown items, one of those being our state revenue. Just for fun to let you know, they did send an email this week telling us that our May revenue for this current fiscal year will adjust the final revenue for this fiscal year. It's not out there yet, but maybe in a week or two, I will know what our revenue for fiscal year 25 will be. So even when we do have additional projections, they still will change because that changes on the 135th day count. The next item was a bill that we've been watching. It did not make it through, so we have put a line through that, but there still will be discussions most likely next year about lowering boat taxes. The projection for that was a $1.5 million reduction in revenue for Lexington 1. The next one, House Bill 3645, was for paid family leave. The most recent information we received is they are not including school districts in the definition of who would receive the 12 weeks of full pay, so we've crossed that one out. Proviso 108.6 health insurance premiums. You may recall originally we talked about employees' portion of health insurance going up approximately $400 and some dollars a year for a single person. That now is not going to impact the employees. However, the employer percentage will go up. So it will go up 4.6% on a calendar year. And that impact for next year would just have to be half of that. So that would be approximately $1 million if that goes through. And then we have two updates. We did, well, we're always receiving more information, but two of the things we received most recently was hazardous route and stop adjustment pay or payments that we have to pay to the State Department. Those rates are going up next year. So we had to increase that budget by $75,000. And then we, on 2 separate days, received new quotes for insurance. One of those was workers' compensation, and the other was property insurance. So we've adjusted the fixed costs to increase for those additional amounts. We had increased it some, but not quite enough, so we did have to increase it $296,000. All right, and I will turn things over to Mrs. Gaskins to talk about some of the reassignment within department budgets.
Thank you. So our department budgets did not increase this year, but some of the costs did, and we had some new needs. And so within the instructional services department, each of our coordinators and directors in their budget requests study those requests very carefully to see where they could make reductions to pick up for some of the additional cost, inflationary cost, and the new needs. And so in doing that, some of the leaders were able to reduce their overall budget request and others needed to increase. And so you see that first bullet under the reductions, we were able to do that through studying that process and address some of the inflationary cost. The other four bullets you see, adult education, the special ed, professional development, instructional software ads, and also additional temporary salary money to pay teachers to work on curriculum writing over the summer. Those were increases over $400,000 that we needed to pick up through reductions in our department budget. And we did that through that line item description I just shared with you, also discontinuing Care Solace because of our usage rates with that. We felt like it was something we could do without this coming year, and also not continuing with iReady Teacher Toolbox. That last line you see on both the reduction and reassignment side is budget neutral. We currently have a multilingual learner program lead teacher. We have a coordinator who currently oversees all of our intervention programs and our multilingual learner programs, and both have become more complex over time, many more students served in those programs, and so we would like to divide those duties and create the multilingual learner program coordinator by eliminating that lead teacher position and leveraging some federal funds to do that. And I think next up,
in the communications budget, I know that $39,000 is a small little trip in the big scheme of things, but we did a similar exercise we did that instruction, and really all the departments have done. This year, we didn't take reductions across the board, which I believe just last year or the year before, there was a overall 8%. Is that Ms. Miller, am I correct? It was last year or a year before, we had all district departments take a reduction in. Since I've been here, we had, I think my first budget year we went through, is that right, Mary? We had all departments had to go through a reduction and take 8% across the board. It was 8 or 10%, which we didn't do this year, but we did know that we had to, if we were going to add stuff, we had to make sure we combed through everything, and before we came to the would do's or like to do lists, we had to make sure we squeezed every penny before we found to ask for more money. So we were able to, in the communications office, to add some enhancements to Parent Square that we actually had to add during the year because we were had to meet a law requirement by the state to send out iReady test to all parents. iReady scores was a new law requirement, and so we had to start doing that using a secure document release, and so Parent Square has an ability to do that, and so we wanted to make sure we could continue to fund that, and so we made some cuts, and because Parent Square has a lot of features that we were paying different software, we cut using some software like S'more, which is an electronic newsletter that is now built into Parent Square. Surveys are built into Parent Square, so we no longer pay for SurveyMonkey. We've also reduced some of our outside costs for proofing that we use with some of our bigger publications, thanks to the use of AI to be able to pay for these two additions to our budget.
All right, moving on to information technology. You can see the same structure as the previous two slides. On the left side, we had our reduction. The first two bullet points are items that the South Carolina Department of Education is now covering the cost on, which is allowing us to reassign those funds previously budgeted for that software. The third bullet there is for our visitor management system. This is now handled through Centegic, so we were able to consolidate using one software instead of having to add another software, so we're able to reassign those funds. And then the next one is a removal of an expenditure. This is something that we spend every 7 years. We have to replace batteries, and so this was an item we had on the budget for this current fiscal year, so you won't see that again for about 7 years. So we were able to reassign those funds over. And then on the reassignment category there on the right-hand side, those funds were distributed across the IT budget to account for inflation costs. We all know costs are rising. Next year, all ID badges will be replaced, so we needed to increase that line item. There's also a backup server licenses. Those are just going up. That's part of an example of the inflation. Adobe licenses, those are for students. As more students are taking classes that require that, we need to get some more licenses for that. The library circulation desk software, that is a license for Southlake. That was a startup school this year, and so now we have to budget for that for fiscal year 26. And then the last one, this is technology expenses. So when we add FTEs, they have a cost associated with them when it comes to the technology side. So those are things like your device, your laptop. If it's an administrator, they need a cell phone. Badges, radios, things like that. So they have an average cost and they add that into the IT budget. Next, moving on to the contingency fund positions. This is, we wanted to let the board know we had budgeted the $1.4 million approximately for positions that the board did approve to utilize the fund balance should the budget not be passed. The board had approved to use $1.5 million of fund balance for those positions. Right now, the estimated cost for those positions is just slightly over the $1.5 million. It's still not a final cost because we do not know if that employee will need full family coverage of insurance or just single insurance or maybe no insurance if they have somebody else that is covering them on a policy. So I would say out of a $1.5 million budget, only having a variance of $17,000 is pretty spot on. And at this time, there's nothing that the board needs to do because you're working on the budget right now. And obviously, we haven't started incurring these expenses yet. They will not start till next year. Any questions? And shout out to our payroll department for those calculations, for being so spot on. All right, we have the drafts of the salary schedules, and I will turn that over to Mrs. Devonna Price.
Okay, I want to, again, give another shout out to your team. The salary schedules are always kind of a joint effort between the finance team and our division. Lindsay and her team do a great job drafting those salary schedules to begin with, and then our team kind of takes over from there and handles kind of the disbursement of there after they are drafted. So we want to thank them for all the hard work that they did putting those salary schedules together to create those. But just as a reminder, the salary study working group did make a recommendation this year that all employees would receive an increase for the 25-26 school year. So the draft salary schedules that you will see presented, I don't have the clicker to click on and do those, but I don't know if it'll show those up there. But the support staff salary schedules have that 3% to a step 0 for to begin with, and then all grades have that 1.7% increase from there. That group does include the bus driver scale. The certified staff members, as well as licensed professionals, licensed school support schedules utilize the same approach as the certified, with the 3,000 to the step 0, and then the 1.5% between step 0 through 5, and 1.1% between steps 6 and up, and then step 6 to 40, and then the building administrators and the central service administrators receive that 1% to raise. So that is following that salary study recommendation guide, and our goal to try to attempt to correct some of those inaccuracies between the steps. So that is our presentation tonight for the salary schedules for 25-26. Glad to answer any questions.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
The teal colors, are these hold harmless again?
Yes.
Okay.
So those are the scales that would be held harmless. So those are the scales that, thank you for asking that one. As part of the process, one of the recommendations from the Salary Study Committee was to take away those, what we called retention year steps. Originally, several years ago, those were put in to try to kind of motivate people like, hey, stay one more year and you get the next year's salary a year early. People didn't quite see it the same way, right? Some people thought they were kind of getting punished that first year, like they were getting a year's less salary. So the intent over time didn't kind of take off. And so the recommendation was, let's take that away. And the midst of all this change, that was the best time to do that. So any of those kind of cells that you see highlighted in teal are those hold harmless cells. It's kind of the years where that is impacted by that. It does not have them making any less than they would this year, but it is one of those years that is impacted by that. Yes. Thank you for asking that question.
Thank you. And just one more question. I'm sure within the district, employees are very well aware of which of these schedules they fall in and which column they fall in. But for the general public, how would we know the difference between group B3 versus B2 as an example?
So on our online, it is listed at the bottom of the scale. I think on most of them, correct, Lindsay, I think, we list what the scale is at the bottom, but we will try to make absolutely sure for this year that is correct in the handbook and online listed at the bottom. Like if it's AB, it will have a code at the bottom that says AB equals.
Anyone else have questions right now? Okay.
Okay, if we could get back to the original slide presentation. Thank you. So as a reminder, we identified budget needs and placed them in several different categories. The first section included items for federal compliance that you see here. The second was for state compliance. We had one remaining item that's a result of ESSER funding coming to a close. That's the software cost for frontline Medicaid billing. And then the remaining items were fixed cost increases that we are expecting for the upcoming year. Lexington One standards are our consistencies we've worked to have in place equitably across our school district. So to keep those consistent, that's where you see things here. And then, of course, the Salary Study Committee recommendations that were approved at the last meeting. And finally, the would like to do section. This was the section where, where we landed at first reading, and tonight we need for the board to determine if we move forward with all items here or do we need to remove any. It's important that we leave tonight knowing what the preference is so that third reading can be posted completely and accurately before our public hearing. Option 3A includes everything on the list that that's been presented to you tonight and in earlier meetings. It does not include a millage increase, but it will require an estimated amount of $11 million from fund balance to be applied in order to balance the budget. In option 3B, it includes all of the federal and state mandates, ESSER cliffs, fixed cost, Lexington One standards, and the salary study recommendations. It also includes some of the would like to do items, but only the ones that have already received contingency approval, the middle school interventionist and the assistant principal positions. Option 3B would require approximately $9.7 million from fund balance as compared to 11 from 3A. So the items you see here on this slide are not included in 3B. And in case there are any questions about these items, we will give a brief overview of each to help ensure clarity and purpose. And Mrs. Gaskins, with instruction, is going to give an overview of our first 4 items.
Thank you. And just to give a little context for the special education, academic, and behavior coaches, those first 2, we have around 4,400 students served in special education, around 200 teachers who teach special education class, and around 250 instructional assistants. Currently, we have 1 academic coach and 1 behavior coach in special education. And so through a number of outlets this year, our stay interviews with teachers, working with our Special Education Parent Advisory Council, feedback we've gotten from IAs, even the curriculum audit findings, we've heard about the importance of our special education teachers receiving support and professional development. And because of the nature of their job, it's very difficult to do that by pulling them out of the classroom. So to have job-embedded support to go work side by side with teachers is incredibly important. And the request for this was actually 3 of each of these, and we knew that was probably not going to be feasible this year, but if we could just add 1 more at least and maybe add over time until we could get to that point where we feel like we're providing that full level of support. And many special education teachers, especially recently, come through less traditional routes to the classroom, and we want to make sure that we are retaining them and giving them all of the support they need to stay. And so some of the intended outcomes you could expect by adding an academic coach would be improved student access to grade level content and increased academic growth for students served with an IEP, individualized education plan, enhanced teacher capacity with instructional practices, including differentiation, accommodations, and specially designed instruction. Increased collaboration among general and special education staff, promoting inclusive and cohesive instruction, and greater consistency in IEP implementation and data-driven academic decision-making. As far as the special education behavior coach goes, teachers and instructional assistants have expressed the need for additional support in behavior management. We are seeing behavioral issues, particularly with students with disabilities, that really create the need for this behavior coach. The coach would assist with consistent behavioral intervention practices, data collection and use, and compliance with legal issues related to students with disabilities and their behavioral needs, as well as provide expertise in crisis management. As far as the elementary math coaches go, our schools currently each have elementary schools currently each have a 0.5 elementary math coach. We were asking for each to have a full-time, and this was the #1 request of our principals because of the emphasis we know we need to place on math to see the improved student achievement in that area. So adding math coaches can lead to significant improvements in teaching and learning. Instructional coaches provide targeted, job-embedded support that help teachers strengthen their instructional practices, deepen content knowledge, and effectively implement curriculum. By having a full-time coach at each school, the coach will be able to serve more teachers and engage in deeper, ongoing collaboration that leads to meaningful shifts in instructional practices and student learning. The intended outcomes of this are improved student achievement in math, improved teacher practice and deeper content knowledge, data-informed instruction meeting the unique needs of each student, enhanced collaboration among teachers, and more consistent implementation of our standards-based district curriculum materials. The middle school behavior interventionist is intended to serve our 2 middle schools with the highest number of students exhibiting challenging behaviors that NP learning. Specifically, these are students with a Tier 2 or Tier 3 behavior intervention plan. The focus would be on developing executive functioning skills to improve students' engagement and academic outcomes. We would begin to shift the school-based behavior intervention approach that we've used in elementary to middle school in the schools that we feel like need it the most. The intended outcomes are classroom and school environment conducive to learning, improved student behavior and academic engagement, increased use of data-informed behavior interventions, improved student academic outcomes for those students receiving behavior interventions, enhanced teacher capacity and confidence to manage student needs related to behavior, and a stronger family-school partnership leading to more consistent support for students across settings.
You mentioned that it was two middle schools that were the largest, but then you also said two middle schools that needed it the most. So which?
It's the two schools that have the largest student population needing behavior intervention. So not the largest overall student population, but the largest number of students with a Tier 3 or Tier 2 intervention plan.
Do you know which schools those are?
I do. Carolina Springs Middle and White Knoll Middle.
Okay.
May I ask a question? The difference between this position, middle school behavior interventionist, and I know it should sound obvious to me, but I just want to make sure I'm not making an assumption. And then we previously approved the middle school academic interventionists. How do they work together? Or because I hear some overlap between maybe what I would think one would do versus another. So can you help us understand that?
Sure. And in some cases, depending on a student's needs, there would be some overlap. So it depends on what's in a student's intervention plan. So an intervention plan could include academic interventions, or it can include behavior interventions, or both. So it could be a team approach, but interventionists work directly with students, whereas coaches work with adults to build their capacity to work with students.
So question I have is with the coaches, and I understand those are more for the teacher-oriented or adult-oriented. So these are someone that would come in and maybe observe and then ask or tell someone, hey, here's what we think may work better, or here's just kind of a continuing improvement for these teachers?
It really depends on what the teacher needs. So it could look like going in to help plan instruction, really helping them understand the academic standards that they're required to teach and how to write IEP goals aligned to those if that's what the teacher needs. It could look like modeling a lesson if the teacher needs to see what that instruction looks like. It could look like what you described, observing and giving feedback. So it really is tailored to exactly what a teacher needs.
And the reason I ask that is because I've had some teachers that have reached out to me on this topic, and we have a lot of teachers in this district, so I'm not speaking for all teachers, only the ones that have reached out to me. And their, I guess, experience of these coaches has not been, I would say, too kindly looked upon, and not because they didn't think what they were trying to do was helpful, but a lot of times they would say, well, hey, have you tried this? And they're like, well, kind of, and I hate kind of be bumped, like, yeah, we've tried this. I mean, you're telling me stuff I've already tried that's not working. And so that's why I kind of somewhat have, not really an issue, but just trying to figure out the need for these coaches, because I've heard that. And then we also have a lot of, like you said, help with planning and, everything else. But we have, collaborative planning we have these teachers do, and, and separate other learning that we have them do throughout the school year, after hours and stuff. And it seems like we're overlapping on a lot of stuff. So that's just I just wanted some clarification on that.
Any other questions about these items? Okay, next we'll move to operations, and Mr. Cooper will give an overview here.
Yes, thank you. The first time you see listed for operations is an additional custodial services specialist. We do have one custodial services specialist in the district who does provide support for the over 300 head custodians, assistant custodians, and housekeepers that strive to keep our school buildings and district facilities clean. I would like to mention this is a support staff position. This is not an administrative position. This is a support staff position, but a highly critical one. They do support, provide supervision and assistance for our custodians and housekeeping teams. Onboarding training for those folks. Those of y'all with experience in the schools know that housekeeping and custodial teams from a onboarding and HR standpoint, it's a bit of a revolving door. There are always new folks coming in and coming to be a part of Lexington School District 1, not quite as seasonal as hiring teachers. So bringing those people and training them is crucial and for providing that support for schools. They coordinate our outside contractor services, support staff services, such as recycling, garbage, waste management, and also when we have critical or specialty housekeeping or custodial needs that can't be done by our staff. Inspections are another critical part of what this position oversees. Our fire hydrant, fire alarm, fire sprinkler, fire extinguisher, our kitchen mechanical systems, kitchen hoods, those inspections and that documentation are critical and done by the person or persons in this role. Because of the nature of when you can do those things are done obviously a lot of times during the summer, and that is a very busy custodial time. A little bit different type of cleaning, but a very different custodial time and a very different and taxing demand that's put on limited housekeeping and custodial teams at schools as they strive to do bigger cleaning jobs, stripping and waxing floors, moving furniture, getting everybody relocated where they need to be for the following year, and doing that with essentially basically a third of the staff that is working year-round as opposed to the folks that are working during the school year, and that is vital. The reality is our custodial and housekeeping staffs do have to work with vacancies. Finding appropriate substitutes is challenging. We work closely with our human resources team, but many of the outside vendors that we try to contract sub services from can't provide us with the employees that we need to fill in and keep our facilities cleaned and maintained at the standard that is of Lexington 1. So in addition to being able to provide all of those supports and ensuring that we're able to get those tasks done, that we can cover those manpower gaps that we face, this person as well serves as that floating head custodian. When if you have a school where a head custodian is out, either you have a vacancy and a job posted, or you have someone out on long-term leave, you haven't just lost an employee, you've lost a leader in that building. And so our one custodial services specialist, he has to be that floating head custodian when we have head custodian absences for periods of time to ensure that the school is cleaned and cared for. And having the additional staff member in this position will allow us to keep and maintain our schools at the level that this board expects and administration expects. The second item on here, facilities work order tracking system. This is an item that lists on here, but an item that we are going to withdraw. We are going to pull this request from one of the requests being made. We are in the midst of our facility study with McMillan Pasden, and part of that facility study is them providing us with a comprehensive maintenance plan and facilities management plan. That's going to be an online platform that we have learned through them is going to have a work order tracking system that we will have available. So we don't want to purchase anything that we might already have something that is going to be of high quality and of use to us. So we want to get that. We want to use it and see if it meets our needs. So the facilities work order tracking system, that was an estimated cost of $35,000. So we are going to be pulling that request. So I'm not up here defending that one. I'm cutting that one. So I'll be happy to answer any operations questions that you have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I do have one question, and I apologize for my ignorance. Staff, I'm looking at this document. Staff services, is that fall under maintenance, and it's like 264 is the account number?
So that would fall under the 254, the regular salaries in the 100 line item.
I'm looking at account 264. It says staff services 3.716.
That's going to be human resources 264.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, our next category will also be from Mr. Cooper involving student services.
Thank you, sir. And the first item you see is we're requesting to add a middle school athletic allocation. And we're requesting to add an allocation of $10,000 per middle school, so an $80,000 request. Currently, our middle schools do not receive an allotment for athletics. Athletics at the middle school level are funded by participation fees, gate receipts, and fundraising. Middle schools, just like our high schools, have to face the same realities of increased travel cost, uniform cost, equipment cost. Additionally, this district has made a concerted effort at expanding our middle school sports offerings. Seventh grade teams have been added at our middle schools, an initiative really started since about 2020, and that has grown our participation numbers, which is wonderful. That does incur, it does cost additional cost to ensure that the students have the equipment and uniforms that they need in order to participate. And by no means, I'm going to give some football examples to you. By no means is an allocation intended only to support the football team. In fact, allocations many times at high schools go to the non-revenue sports. But just to give some examples, some real-world examples of some important things that need to be considered, and things that our middle schools struggle with, and we don't want them to be a struggle because we don't want corners cut here. Football helmets have to be reconditioned every year that they're used. They'd be reconditioned every 2 years, even if they're not used. So our middle schools, depending on the number, they have reconditioning bills between $2,500 and $5,000, just depending upon the number of helmets that they have to get reconditioned. A football helmet has a lifespan of about 10 years, according to standards. A middle school helmet, which is not the level of helmet that you necessarily would have for varsity or collegiate sports, still is about a $250 helmet. And so every 10 years, if you do the math, if you have 80 helmets, you need to buy 8 a year to be on that 10-year cycle. That's about $2,000 just for purchasing that one piece of equipment. Shoulder pads also have to be replaced, and again, middle schools look at restocking and refurbishment bills, around $1,000 a year for that as well. So this $10,000 allocation would be extremely helpful to our middle school sports teams that have coaches and kids working just as hard and parents that support them just as much.
Yeah, don't really have a question. I have a comment to make. And I was when I first found out that middle schools didn't have an allocation, I was kind of flabbergasted because, I know just being years on the Booster Club what it takes to run athletic programs. And even though we may raise a lot of money in the Booster Club, it still doesn't even come in close to compare all the fees that are needed for sports across the board. You'd be surprised what fees go for. And I think if most people knew, even down to the washing powders to wash uniforms of all these teams, comes out of these budgets. But to me, with the middle school, especially with the expansion, it really does come down to safety issues. Especially, and I hate talking about football a lot, but using helmets that are 3 or 4 years old, some of them never been conditioned. That's definitely a safety issue, for these kids out there playing. And then with the growth of other sports we have, with lacrosse and all that, the equipment they use, we try to say booster clubs are good, but middle school you're not going to really see that. So I'm definitely in favor of this one. This is definitely something that I kind of didn't believe we didn't have in the first place.
Sir. Thank you for that. And moving to the a second item is a request to increase the high school athletic allocation. Each high school does receive an athletic allocation, and this board approved a small increase last year to that, which our schools are very grateful for. We're asking for an additional $5,000 per high school this year to, again, support the schools for very much some of the same needs: equipment, uniform, and travel expenses for our high schools. The high schools do receive different amounts for their athletic allocation, different size schools, and then also schools that have different needs based on their ability to generate revenue through fundraising and booster clubs. But even at our largest schools, the allocation that our schools receive, it does not cover the travel cost that they have for the entire athletic department budget. When you look at how much they have to pay in travel costs, if their entire athletic allocation went just to that at 2 of our largest schools, it does not cover that amount. We have a lot of teams, and an SEC university doesn't have anything on a high school in terms of number of programs. Every one of our high schools added sports this past year. Gilbert added lacrosse. All the high schools have girls wrestling teams, and many schools added different sub-varsity levels to their sports programs. So those costs continue to be incurred, and we are requesting that that additional funds again go to them in order to support the kids in the growth of athletics in our schools.
And when they pay for this transportation, are the schools sent a bill from our transportation department basically saying, okay, a bus driver spent 3 hours, here's their salary for those 3 hours, we spent 5 gallons of gas, that's...
So there's not a fuel charge to the schools for athletics. They do pay the driver cost. So many of our schools have coaches who are CDL certified. Mr. Hall does a great job with offering training so they can get that certification, so the coaches can drive the kids, and we have that.
They do that without getting paid.
Yes, they do that, and they do that for their team so they don't have to make pay that cost. But you're going to have to pay the driver cost, and if you go to a track meet, that driver may be there 8 or 9 hours that day. And if you've worked over your 40, you're going to be at the overtime rate. So it is costly to provide that transportation service.
And then so also, I'm just thinking, we had that transportation banquet that we went to. So if you have a driver that's been driving for 30 years versus a driver that's been driving for 1 year, the schools have to pay different amounts?
Yes, ma'am. You pay the cost of the driver that's assigned to the trip. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. There are a lot of athletes, especially at the sub-varsity level, even not even talking about athletics, but when you get into the band and stuff like that the driver cost is a lot of reasons why they don't go, because they don't have it in their budget. They're using their budgets for when they go to competitions or something else that they're having to pay those fees for. So you miss out on the events you go to because you don't have that cost of the driver. I mean, you see it all the time.
My wheels are turning.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm just curious if there's a way to kind of find the average dollar amount that's spent on bus driver salaries for district transportation. Where I'm going with this is just because you say Gilbert has a bunch of seasoned bus drivers, I don't know that it's fair that they're paying more in transportation costs than, say, if Lexington has bus drivers with year 1 and 2 experience wanting to drive. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense what I'm asking here? Like, is there a way we could find an average cost and just say, hey, here's the hourly rate you pay for a bus driver?
I think that can certainly be determined.
Because
now,
it's hard for an athletics department to make a budget if they don't know if they're getting a 30-year bus driver or a 1-year bus driver.
Yes, ma'am. I think that could definitely be determined. What would the administration would then have to be prepared for would be to actually pay that bus driver's salary. And so there may be an average that could be determined, so there could be an allocation that perhaps could be provided. But the driver, due to their wage earning
I'm
rights,
not saying pay someone less or more than they
right. It would just have to be calculated. Where would that money, where would the difference come from? That would be something that would have to be determined.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
We've talked about athletic allocations. Do other types of, I'm thinking like art and theater, do they get allocations, or how does that work?
Let Ms. Gaskins speak to that.
We do a per pupil arts allocation for our schools, and so that supports many of the during the day programs. But the after-school programs, they depend on fundraising, just like the athletics teams do in some ways.
So we really only give an allocation right now for high school athletics. and a per pupil allocation for arts. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's a fine arts allocation depending on the school level. It's $10, $17, and $40 per pupil.
So I guess where I struggle is I'm a huge proponent of athletic support, but not all kids in our district are going to be athletes. And it feels a little unfair to constantly put money towards athletics. And I know this is probably like the world discussion about athletics, but not also put equal or at least pay attention to how we might support some of the things that those students also want to attend or go to outside of the school day. That's just the only thing that gives me hesitation, is that it feels, and I don't know what discussions were had before I joined the board, but when I think about kind of what do we want Lexington 1 to be known for, we want them to be a well-rounded graduate. Athletics isn't always the place where a student can find that. So that's my only hesitation.
And just to add to what Mrs. Gaskin said, the schools also have fees that students pay for activities such as orchestra, band, and chorus, and those fees go back into during the day programs. The arts allocations go to help fund the after-school program. So you do have an art allocation to go along with an athletic allocation, but we could pull numbers to show you a comparison of what a school gets for their arts compared to their athletics.
And to add to that, I can just let you know for the fine arts, it is a $561,000 allocation for fiscal year 26 for fine arts total.
You know what the athletics was?
I have to get to that number still. I'm trying.
I'm a huge proponent for the athletic allocation as well. But with that, I would just like to say that I also would like to see where that money is going. Because just like, for instance, as a mom of a cheerleader, that the fees and the excessive amount of money that we pay every year is just, it's absolutely insane. And so I would like to see maybe the books on that, or see where, I'm fine with giving more money, but I also want to see some transparency there too. Not sure how that looks. Not sure what the board would say to that, but I would like to have some accountability there.
I think that the problem you're going to see with athletics across the district is every school is different. I think every school's booster club acts in a different ways. Some booster clubs in the district are phenomenal, raise pretty much enough funds that they handle a lot of the stuff, and then you have some that don't do so well and they're relying on these allocations. So I think it's going to be hard to kind of look at apples to apples, because you have some that are just doing so much better, with their fundraising and booster clubs than other, and nothing against those other schools, but I think that's kind of some of the discrepancy you may see. So that's why I'm saying when we look at high schools, we need to make sure we're looking at the same thing, because, I know Gilbert's Booster Club, just from me being there, we do well enough that, it helps our athletic department out, and we have a very good relationship with them. And I think there's some other schools in the district that have the same things, and then I think that's something that may need to be worked on across the board, and to help out with more community support as well.
Tell me if we want to table this for later, but to the looking at where things are going, I believe it was either our workshop or our first reading, we did talk about trying to have some metrics tied to certain things, so perhaps that solves that problem. Are we going to see that pre-budget approval, or is that something that after the budget's approved we would
You talking about the sample metrics to measure effectiveness or impact? That would come later on, because after we find out what's going to be approved, we can put together the metrics to track impact and then present that to the board. Okay. And next is Human Resources from Mrs. Price.
Well, I can take us from exciting athletics to some data. All right. So mine is a software increase for our frontline reporting system, but it is to align with our data supports. And frontline is our reporting system in HR, but you've probably heard that mentioned a couple of different ways because several other divisions use frontline for some other work as well. But the screenshot, which I know is in like size 2 font, but you can see a kind of a simulation of some of the types of data analysis that's available through this new piece that would be an add-on to our current software. And it would really allow us to just streamline some of our processes together. Right now we have absence management, we have hiring and recruiting, and we have Frontline Central, which are 3 components of Frontline. This kind of takes all that and meshes it together and helps us analyze the data into a dashboard, which we don't currently have. So a lot of that we do manually now and kind of count and calculate and figure. And so as you can kind of see, this helps do that for us, which would help us have some metrics that have not been there before, either because they haven't been done or we haven't had them historically over time. So we're excited to see the potential of what could be there, what could maybe help us establish some things that are not there that could help us establish some patterns over time. We don't really know all the possibilities yet with what's in there. Frontline is a newer process to us the past 2 years, so it's going to be able to take what we have and what we've been cleaning up between us and payroll and start, again, streamlining that and helping us ensure that that's tighter and cleaner and better. So it might measure things like how long a posting has been up, how long did it take us to make sure it went through the loop appropriately. We do that internally now, but we certainly don't do that with every single one every single time, right? This will. It will look at things like application completion rates. When we go to recruiting fairs, we certainly keep up with where did we go and where did we get people and all those kinds of things. This will do that all electronically, so it's right there at the click of a button, and we can go back in and have it all there historically and over time. So it would certainly help us with some metrics. It would help us be able to track and keep those types of things. So we are excited to have that potential that we have not had before and not kind of having to do that on our fingers and toes anymore. We've used Google for a long time, and that has been a great tool, but it doesn't talk with our systems. So glad to answer any questions that I can about the software.
How many staff are in the district?
How many staff?
Yeah.
4,000, yes.
4,000?
Yes.
So trying to do it on your fingers and toes.
I don't have that many fingers and toes. I do not. Yes, that's correct. Yes, thank you.
Okay. And our final item is our student discipline management system that's going to be presented by Mr. Casey Calhoun.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here to talk just for a quick minute on kind of this item that is really around simple discipline is what the software is called. It really is a way to really, as we look to be more efficient and you guys have supported that through some additional administrators, this is really to kind of help some of their work. Okay, specifically with some truancy. So I'm going to tell you just a little bit about what simple discipline is. We have a current program called Educator's Handbook right now. And part of one of the things that we were looking for as we did a pilot this spring with about 8 schools, maybe 9, I think we got the College Center involved as well, was really a system that really, 2 systems that talk well and fully sync together, okay? And so we got Educator Handbook and you got Power School, and they don't always sync. As a former principal who dealt with that, sometimes my discipline secretary is like, I got 222 errors from last month, like in discipline. So we have to go do that because they don't fully sync. It does it every 24 hours or some things. So that's something that simple discipline is going to be able to fix. They fully sync. They update it all the time, and so that's something that's really going to change. And also with some things we found where really this truancy center is going to really help us track truancy better. There's a dashboard inside of Simple Discipline that's really tracking those 3-day markers, those 5-day markers, and then those 10-day absences. Those are the spots when we know, our assistant principals, our principals know, we have got to send out notifications. Okay, now at 5 days, we need to have a parent meeting. We need to set up this truancy process to see if we got to figure out what's going on with this. These are some things that are really making this work more efficient. Schools inside of the pilot said that the assistant principal in charge there, it was really cutting down on a couple hours worth of tedious truancy work they were doing each week. And so we feel like this, though we understand it's an additional item. The pilot that we saw, especially with some of our bigger schools that are dealing with lots of discipline. We're talking at our bigger high schools. I mean, we're 100 or better write-ups a day where we've got people trying to process this. This is a way that's going to make that work more efficient. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun, and thank you to the team for preparing some supporting remarks about the items that were listed here in the Would Like to Do section. So, board, now we get to the hard part. It's where do we go from here? As a refresh, option 3A would include everything that's on the Would Like to Do list. Option 3B only includes the things that have received contingency funding thus far and did not include any of the items that were presented here tonight. Or is it option 3B plus, somewhere in between, where it's maybe some of the things on the Would Like to Do section, but not all? So in order for Mrs. Miller and her team to prepare the final budget to be posted to come back for final reading, this is where we need guidance from the board to see where do we go from here. So at this time, I'll open it up for conversation, discussion, or questions.
Dr. Price, first I want to say thank you and our finance folks for all the work that y'all have put into this budget and for providing some transparency into the processes that you've done to say, we're digging deep, we're trying to figure out how to reallocate things. I think a total about $669,000 of reallocated, which you could have said, I need $669,000 more in addition to this 1.3 and the Would Like to Do. So want to acknowledge and appreciate those efforts. That's what we want you to be doing, and we want to hear about that too. I think to some of the conversation earlier, y'all did a good job of kind of spreading the peanut butter, if you will, in the sense that I see that you've tried to find important things throughout between academics, athletics, et cetera, to show that we're trying to find that balance for all of our different student types. And calling out what you see as the immediate needs. So thank you for all that work. I support all that's been proposed in the Would Like to Do's. Appreciate it. I think it's all needed.
And I do have the athletic amount, Dr. Price, if you wanted me to share that, if it does help with the decision this evening.
Sure.
$264,000 across the district is the athletic allocation. So
And the arts was
519, and then you also have an additional band allocation, which is approximately $68,000. That's in addition to that $519,000.
Thank you.
And that 65 is for maintaining band instruments, band and orchestra instruments, those annual repairs.
Madam Chair, I can jump in on my thoughts. So I think the way that my brain works and just my history of building budgets and owning businesses is I'm thinking not where are we going next year, but where are we going a couple of years from now. The only concern that I have with doing everything is that we're talking about not raising taxes right now, which is great, not adding any more to the taxpayers' burdens, but at some point that fund balance will deplete itself. And so what I don't want to find ourselves doing in 2 years from now is looking back and saying, so option 3A, and Mrs. Miller can correct my math if it's wrong, if we go that route, that's 26 mils. If we go with option 3B, that's 23 mils. And everything from option 3B would be 3 mils. If we were sitting here today making the decision to add all of this and having to increase mills, I'd have a really hard time with it. And so that's the thing that gives me pause on doing it all, because at some point we're going to have to make either a tough decision. When the fund balance is depleted, we're either going to have to decide to raise mills, or we're going to have to pull back some of the stuff that we've given resource-wise, and that's going to be a tough decision to make as well. And so I just look at the gravity of saying yes to all of this as where we will be in a couple years as a tough pill to swallow to add 29 mills to somebody's taxes. So I have some thoughts on things that I thought made the most sense to kind of reduce some of that, but I'm open to everybody else's thoughts as well.
What was the dollar amount if the state aid to classrooms percentages changed that you said it was 1 point something million extra? Is that right?
750,000.
750,000. Okay. Oh, I see it in the box. Okay. And in our last reading, had we included that potential extra cost of the $500,000 for the paid family leave? We had not included that in the last
we
one.
had not.
Okay.
I think one thing to keep in mind, and I think you're right, Ms. Flashnick, we need to be mindful of how we're paying for these things, is the way that the state funding allocation is set up. We will at some point have to raise millage. I mean, we can delay it for a little bit, but even if we did none of this, we would have to raise millage because that funding formula is set up to basically force districts who can tax their base to fund education to do that. So I think we need to be mindful. It's not an if or it will be a at some point, but finding that balance of what do we absolutely need to be able to function the best we can, finding the balance with, the funding that we have available to us. So I think I love how you said you have to think a couple of years down the road, because you're absolutely right. And sometime in the next couple of years, we will have to raise millage if we want to maintain our standards in Lexington 1 if the funding formula does not change. So
I
it's just something to keep in
somewhat
mind.
disagree that we would have to raise it by that many mills. I think if we were sitting here today voting on 29 mills, everybody sitting up here would be having a very different conversation. And so, yes, we may have to raise millage, but we also have to keep in mind there's a lot of new development coming in as well. And so that means that we're going to start seeing more revenue from the tax base because the general number of people in the area are growing as well. And so I agree that at some point probably there will have to be a tax increase. They're just nature of the beast. I just don't want to get us in a situation where we're sitting here having a conversation about cutting people, because we have to decide if we're going to cut people or if we're going to raise millage. And that's a tough decision to have to make, and I don't want to be in that position in a couple years.
Yeah, and to piggyback off what Ms. Flashnick's saying earlier about the KPIs, and that's why I kind of brought it up during first reading, is, I know we've got these requests. Hey, we think this will help. We think this will help. We think this will help. We got to be really, really careful, because I'm just saying, if I'm just using math scores or, English scores or whatever, if I'm looking at that now, what we did in the 24-25 school year, and then we go into the 25-26 school year with all of these things we've added, if the needle doesn't move, that's a pretty tough conversation. I added assistant principals, I added interventionists, I added all this. Did the needle move? So, I'm willing to support all of our educational leaders and the things they're asking, but my concern is, do we know what target we're shooting for? Can we estimate it? Hey, I think this ought to move 5%. I think discipline referrals ought to decrease this amount. It's the data engineering part of me coming out. I've been trying to hold it, but it's just, what's your target? Did you hit it? Did you get close? Did you go backwards? What? Because I just don't want to have that tough conversation. We got so many great educational leaders that we're hiring to these positions, but I don't want to have that tough conversation and go, the needle didn't move, so now we need you to go back to the classroom because we thought this would help, but it didn't. And so I'm being real cautious about that now. I think you all have given us the justification and things like that, but I'm just the method that we're paying for them all with fund balance, and this is the one question I have: do we still anticipate that we will end each year with a surplus like we have the last 7 to 8 years? Because the numbers we're talking about, we're in that range of where we've landed every single year. Now, I know we changed some of our budgeting, but I think that's a tough conversation right there, too.
So that's where Ms. Miller can chime in, because that's been the effort of this entire team before I ever got here, is trying to shore up the allocations and the expenditures and the predictions for how every item was going to be funded and what excess we were going to have. That's why we've made adjustments in our projections and in our formula for making those projections to try to become even more accurate than we've been up to this point. So, Ms. Miller, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, we did rerun the numbers as of April. We had them as of March 31st. We ran them again as of April 30th. They have not changed significantly. Still projecting a pretty much break-even year. Now, you may add $1 million or go under $1 million. That's a normal swing for a $400 million budget. But right now, we had budgeted to use $24 million out of the fund balance. We are certainly not going to use that. Again, I think it's going to be pretty much a break-even year, which means our revenue and expenditures were pretty much equal to each other.
When I think about like having this conversation, almost like if I'm sitting here having a conversation with my husband about wanting to go on a trip on a Disney cruise, and he doesn't see the value of that, I think it's hard for us to kind of justify in our heads sometimes what the language we don't speak. So we're trusting that these positions will move the needle, and we're going to get those metrics to help move the needle. So I do think there's a little bit of a trust fall factor there too, and I don't want anybody to hear me say I don't trust that we can make a difference with this money. It's just we also are up here representing the community, and I can personally speak to a mill is a lot on a small business. And so I don't take that lightly at all if we have to increase that.
I know the items that we've already received contingency approval for, the assistant principal positions and the middle school interventionists. We've already begun talking about KPIs to be able to measure their impact, and are we getting what we were expecting to get. We had a great presentation earlier this year from a AP pilot expansion project at Pillion Middle School. You may remember Mrs. Kiesler talked about the KPIs that she had identified for the impact that position had on their campus. And we've already begun talking about creating a similar metrics to be applied to all of these additional AP positions as well as those middle school interventionists. What should we expect to see as a result of the addition of those positions? If there are any other positions that are on the items that were covered tonight that we want to begin having conversations about, we can certainly begin that process as well. So that is not a problem whatsoever.
So my opinion on the budget is I kind of definitely lean towards more Mr. Flashnick and Mr. Rice. Like I said, I would love to see everything get done. And we're kind of, I guess we're at a good point, we're at a bad point because the district is well off right now. So we have the fund balance to do what we like to do. But we're not going to have that every year. And so when you look at planning budgets, this stuff is, not just for 1 year. We got to look 5 years from now. And like Ms. Shealy says, eventually there's going to be some hard decisions that are going to have to be made, whether it's raising millage or some other type of, funding. But something's going to have to be made if we keep going on this route. But I do like the fact that Mr. Rice, the KPIs I think are huge. And bringing up trust is good because the relationship between the board and the district should be on trust. And y'all are the experts, and we should trust your opinion. But like Mr. Rice always says, trust but verify. You know what you say, Mr. Rice?
You got
it. And I think that's something that, and I appreciate Dr. Price, you doing that, already setting up those KPIs for us. Because I think that's something, in this world, data talks anymore. So I think a lot of the times we're up here talking, we kind of talk with our heart and our gut, but we need to sometimes rely on the data as well. At the end of the day, we do represent a community, though, and community of homeowners, business leaders. And so anytime we start talking about maybe having to do this, maybe having to do that, this doesn't affect the district, doesn't affect us sitting on this board, doesn't affect everybody sitting there. It affects everyone in Lexington District 1. And I think, and we'll get to this in our book study later, that was something that got brought up is every decision a teacher makes, every decision the staff makes, every decision the board makes affects everyone in the district. Do we need to do it all right now? I mean, I can't really lay my head on that right now because I'm worried about a year from now, 2 years from now, what it's going to look like.
So, board, if we're going to try to pull this together tonight, does anyone then who's expressed concerns have opinions or recommendations on which line items to strike if we don't approve? We're already striking the facilities work order tracking system because that's going to come later. But in addition to that line item, what else would you recommend?
One thing I think is I'm not saying completely delete it, but the elementary math coaches, we're starting with 9. Can we cut that and then see where we're at with indication factors at the end of the year, and then we'll have a good idea if that has helped at all.
I agree. I'd like to see like a pilot of that in a way, like pick maybe a couple of the elementary schools that we feel need it the most and move those to full-time, but because that's the biggest chunk of money in the would like to do items not included in option 3B. It's almost.
If I could jump in here for just a moment and just say that I know that when we came through the pandemic, the COVID experience, we education nationwide suffered a great deal, and we've been trying to pull that back together. Our test scores have suffered, math has suffered, reading has suffered. Whatever we need to do to get those scores back on track, get those numbers up, I'm in favor of. I know that SLT, I know that our administrators and everyone that has put their heads into this, finance everywhere, to work out and hammer this out and fine-tune it, and we're going to fine-tune it again after tonight. But I really think that when it comes to classroom instruction and also our math coaches, our interventionists, these are critical areas. And I've really cautioned the board in thinking about cutting those positions. I think they're mission critical.
Mr. Anderson, I'll just kind of echo your comments relating to the elementary math coaches and add to the fact that through this budget process, the only educator that's reached out to me has been a math coach outlining her concerns on how much of a burden it is to have 2 schools she's responsible for, as opposed to being able to focus on 1 school. So just sharing that tidbit of information.
I'll also just add, because of the way we fund currently a 0.5 for each school, if we were to do some sort of pilot where only a couple of schools got a full-time, we would put ourselves in a position where some of our Title I schools we'd be supplanting for them to use their Title I funds to use a full-time. So that would eliminate that option of just trying it at a couple of places.
And we need to keep it even across the board, a level playing field across the board.
We have to.
And just for 2 cents for information, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when elementary school principals were asked what is the one thing you wanted, that was the thing they listed.
Well, then that being said, I'd support that, but then pulling everything else. I can't get behind the millage. I know we're not increasing it, but mark my words, we're to sit here in a couple years, whether we're on the board or not, having a conversation. It's just a lot. It's a lot. We've put a lot of effort into the classrooms in this budget. with the salary study, with special education, the stipends, the certified teacher scale fixes. I think we've done a lot of really great things. The assistant principal positions, all of that. I just think we need to see how this all works before we start adding this much more money.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in agreement, and like I said, I don't think we talked about completely cutting it. We said we wanted to see it, but I'm kind of disappointed when we give you that option that you're saying that's just not gonna work. Like it's either all or nothing. So that's kind of, I mean, I think we need to work together to come to a conclusion on this, because I think we want to see the data movements where it's been improved.
Mr. Pizzuti, could Ms. Gaskins explain that again so you can understand why we can't do just half of them and we have to do all of them? Maybe. Or
It has
Dr.
to,
Price, can you
it has to
clarify?
do with our Title I funds.
Mm-hmm.
And so right now we provide a half of a math coach at every one of our elementary schools. But some of our schools receive Title I funds, and they use Title I funds to pay the other half. So the only schools that have a full-time dedicated math coach are our Title I elementary schools who use their funds that way. If we add one full-time math coach to a school that doesn't receive Title I funds, then that means that they're not allowed to use their Title I funds to pay for the other half. I don't know if you're following me with that, but Title I funds are meant to supplement what the school district is not doing across the board. And if we're doing it in some places, we can't use our funds to do it in some and Title I to do it in the other. It's got to be Title I is an expansion of what we're already doing. Ms. Gaskins, anything you want to add to that?
And I would just echo that it is a legal requirement with our grant. If you are supplanting, you put all your federal funding at risk to be pulled, and right now probably $20 million of federal funding is received across the district.
May I offer an option, just an idea that I'm hoping we'll get at everything I've heard. Ms. Lashnick, I'm hearing from you a concern about millage increases that this could impact. Mr. Rice, I'm hearing from you, you want to see an ROI. You want to understand that there's a return on this. And Ms. Pizzuti, I think I'm hearing the same from you. If we were to approve this year, which is paid for by fund balance, and have really tight expectations regarding we want to see the ROI on this, with the idea that if there's not an ROI on any of these items, it doesn't get approved next year, that we kind of clamp down and tighten that way, then does that strike a balance between all the concerns that we've kind of brought forward tonight?
If we can legally do that.
I think, yes, I think it strikes a balance. It's still a tough conversation to have to turn to somebody and tell them that they're not going to have a job.
Right. There's 13 employees involved.
And that's the part that I'd rather not hire the position than have to let the position go.
So none of those people would be unemployed. So if you had a math coach, just so you have all the information, if we had a math coach who was hired into a position, they would be a contracted employee, so they would be offered a teaching position. Okay. So they would have a teaching, and we certainly have plenty of those they could slide into.
So, Ms. Price,
just so you would have the information.
That's important. That's important to hear.
Yes,
because
sir.
In my mind and in my world, I'm just saying in private industry, if I get to a point that that position is not providing the ROI, that position's leaving the gate. That position doesn't get repurposed. But in education, I guess these math coaches would be teachers and so forth, so they could slide to the classroom if they needed to.
Correct.
So you just unlocked something in my brain on that, because I'm thinking it's a tough conversation. Hey, this year, I've got 13 positions. It's great. Come join us. Next year, go join someone else. I mean, I don't want to have that conversation.
But you say they won't be employed, but won't the money still be needed for them to be employed?
Well, it's going to be a vacancy.
Okay, they'll go to a vacancy.
They'll go to a vacant
I
position.
got you.
Yes. There's enough of those. We could make that happen.
And for the newcomers
that
on the
help?
board, education and private industry are nothing alike. And there's the learning curve here, as you have seen already.
Mr. Anderson, I don't think we need
it's different. It's different.
I appreciate that, but I don't think we need a lesson in what newcomers need to know up here. Thank you. We got elected for a reason. Appreciate it.
I got you. I'm just telling you that education is way different, way different.
Ms. Shealy, were you saying that we would go with option 3A, the 11 million and change? Obviously, that number is going to change slightly. Does option 3A or option 3B include those bullet points on page 5, the $1 million in health insurance premiums, the hazardous routes, and the workers' compensation?
It does include the last two bottom line items that are highlighted or that are in blue font. Those are included, but the other ones are not because they are not final yet.
So we'd be looking at 12 million and change if we went with 3A.
If that health insurance premium goes into effect and there's not enough state revenue increase to offset it, yes.
But we'd also could be looking at 750,000 extra if they get the funding code.
And then today we received revenue numbers again that there's additional state funding, and I tried to do some quick math, and the numbers we were looking at, that was another $700,000 in one of those, the reoccurring line item for the $25 million more that would be in Education Improvement Act EIA funding. So again, those are preliminary numbers. I don't know where they're going to shake out. So like I said, $1 million one way or the other, I know that sounds like a lot of money to an average person, but when you're dealing with a large budget like this with so many unknowns and things swinging throughout the year for all 11 months of a fiscal year, I know it sounds strange to say, I don't get too nervous about that, but it is very common that you would have a swing like that.
I follow you on that. So there is a chance that with new revenue, this 1.3 could be almost covered, correct?
And
Madam
how
Chair.
long do you think that this fund balance will cover us if we went with the 11 million? How many? I know I won't hold you to it, but best estimate, a year, 2, 3?
I think we would probably have 3 years. Of course, it just depends on how much your budget goes up every year and the required mandated salary increases. But right now with preliminary projections, there would be probably 40 million that could be utilized. So 3 years, 11 million for 3 years.
And would that leave us money in the fund balance to do any other things?
That would still leave your assigned fund balance that the board has already assigned, which is $7.5 million. It would also leave, it's an accounting number, you don't need to worry about that one, but that also has the unassigned fund balance of $65 million in there. You're required to have 8%. That would be a 16.67% unassigned fund balance.
Madam Chair, Dr. Price, and I'll also just remind everyone that this is second reading, and because we have to move very quickly to make the legal requirement to get the add in by the state law, which my office has to work with Ms. Miller's office tomorrow to get that to the state paper, but the third reading is June 10th, and so you still have another reading, which hopefully, if the state moves, quickly-ish, we will have more data, more information, so you aren't locking yourself into anything tonight. We just need to be able to advertise, and what I would recommend, so legally, you can reduce from where you advertise, you cannot increase from where you advertise. So what you advertise, I recommend it has to be at the maximum that you can possibly go, but there is always the possibility that you can reduce, and we would have updated revenues and information. So just wanted you all to keep that in mind. You don't have to come to an absolute final decision tonight, and the legal requirement is just you need to advertise what you are the maximum that you could do.
Thank you, Ms. Roof.
So we've had a lot of discussion here tonight. I would like to reiterate what Ms. Shealy said, and thank you to the senior leadership staff for all this hard work. I know it's not easy putting this together, and I know you have to deal with hard questions coming from us. We don't ask those questions out of spite. We ask them out of true knowledge, needed to know, and true things that have come to us, people want us to ask. But I think we've kind of come to through all the discussion, and I'm glad we had this discussion because we hadn't all agreed on everything, but I think we're at a point where through discussions like we should, we've come to, at least in my opinion, and where I stand, a good opinion on what we need to do. I agree with Ms. Shealy that, if we do this, we're going to look at it in a year, and, it may not be that these positions are filled next year. So I think if we agree to these, I think, Dr. Price, we're going to hold the district to strong standards because we want to see that needle moved. And I think that's the trust the board is going to put into the district office and the staff in all our schools. So my opinion is we go with, I believe, what was it, option 3A, which is everything. Hopefully that the state will come around and help us out. So we're looking at more revenue when we get to the third reading. And that's my opinion.
I agree with Mr. Pizzuti, and I just want to remind everyone that Lexington 1, the growth that we're experiencing is a direct result of the quality of education that we provide here, and I think our expectations from the community are high, and we need to maintain that. And I think that the way to do that is with option 3A.
All right, Dr. Price, did you have something, Mr.
Yeah, I guess my final takeaway on that is you mentioned the statement trust but verify. I know that's kind of almost a lightning rod from time to time when people hear it, but I'm willing to support 3A because the educational leaders that I see when I go to their buildings and I look at them, I know that they demand excellence. They demand excellence of themselves. They demand excellence of their staff. And when I go there and I look in their eyes, I know that they want to put students first. And so I also know they don't take my words lightly when I said, y'all show me the goods. You show me the ROI. I think most of them that I know, and I know a lot of them are here, they know when I come to their school and I talk to them that I'm just as serious about education, even though I'm not in the classroom, as they are about it, and they're in there every day. And so I'm willing to support and trust, but I want them to understand we're also looking for the verification on the back. And I think, actually, I'm looking at some of them nodding their heads now. I know they'll see it as a challenge, and they're going to rise to the challenge, and they're going to make it happen. And I think in the long run, that's going to benefit our students because we're going to see the return that we need to get. It's just I want to make sure the community understands we're working with our educators, our trained leaders in the building, our teachers. We're working with you guys. We want to support you guys, but we also want the community to know we have their back too. We're not spending money frivolously. We're making sure accountability is there when we spend that money. So I think what we're doing is just trying to make sure everybody's views are represented and that we're doing what's best for kids. At the end of the day, we're trying to do what's best for kids. So that's probably a long way to say I'm in support of 3A.
Dr. Price, it sounds like you've got direction.
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you very much. We appreciate the discussion and the charge, and it's one that we accept because we're striving for excellence each and every day. So as far as that being a motivator, that's unchanging from what we do each and every day. So we appreciate the support for that. We had a couple of more slides for information, but it's not related to directly to that topic. We have one slide here with a link that Ms. Miller's going to explain, and then an update on some fees.
Yes, this slide here, this is the actual, what a finance person would say is the budget. This is by function and object code. The great thing about school districts is we are all required in South Carolina to use the same accounting codes, and they are reported in the same manner, and so that is what is on this link here. The first page is going to be your revenue, and the numbers to the far left, those are the numbers that are required by the state. And so we have the revenue there. You will see the total of the local revenue that matches to the numbers we've been talking about. It's $146 million, down to the state revenue of $217 million, followed by some transfers, which is really mostly state revenue. It's just posted in another fund that gets transferred over to the general fund. And then this option here is actually the 3A option because it was the higher amount. And so the bottom line, second to bottom one on the first page there is that $11 million from fund balance. And so the total budget would be the $1,427,479. Going down to pages 2 through the remainder of the document, these are the expenditures. I'm just going to focus on the very first one there. You see that is an account 111. That is a function number. The state tells us that's where we post all the kindergarten expenses. And then you have the typical categories, just like you have on the finance update report each month: salaries, fringe, purchase services, and supplies and materials. So you have the prior year amended approved budget, and then the far right is the proposed budget for fiscal year 26. So that first line in kindergarten is all the salaries across the district for those employees that work in that function area. And then you have your fringe that's related to that. One thing that when we talk about industry versus education, you'll notice that's almost half of that salary number, our fringe. That is a very large number. That is because we, for every employee, are required to pay 24 point, Lindsay, help me out. Has it gone up this year? 24.32% retirement? For every employee, the district has to pay that amount. Then you have your FICA, of course, and then your health insurance, and we pay a large portion of that. We use an average of $9,000 an employee for health insurance when we budget. So just wanted to point those things out. Again, the total expenditure will agree to the number on page 1, and if you have any questions, I'll take those now.
I just have one question. Mr. Cooper alluded to striking the $35,000. Does this sheet strike that?
No, sir, it does not. I have it matching what's in the second reading numbers, but for the advertisement, we would, in this very fresh copy I have right here, that would be reduced from that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Clark. But that amount would be with function 254, supplies and materials. That's where that reduction will come from. All right, if we can go back to the presentation, we don't have to pull up all the fees unless the board would like to, but just letting you know, we have the proposed school fees for each of the school levels. I will let you know that the school lunch fees are still preliminary. Those are based on the current year. We are required for that amount. It's not up for board approval because it's just a mandated amount, and we do not have those amounts yet. Mrs. Gaskin can correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of the fees have stayed consistent from the prior year, so you should not see any significant changes. And I believe that's the last one.
That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we will move on from the second reading of the general fund operating budget to item 8.2, first reading of policy IKE and IKER, and I will turn it over to Ms. Gaskins.
Thank you. And you actually see 4 policies tonight, and they are all related to the changes with the Read to Succeed Act, which has been in place since 2014, and we've known it as Act 284, and it was amended last year in 2024, and is now Act 114. And so the changes with reading assessments and especially third grade retention expectations are mainly what you see reflected. But we also took some time, our level directors and Dr. Erica Bissell have worked closely with this promotion, retention, and acceleration policy just to make sure it's updated in compliance with all laws and regulations.
Ms. Gaskins, I have a question about policy IKE. Is the part that talks about the promotion from 9 to 10, you have to have a total of 5 credit units, 5 units, and then 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 16, and then basically, is that a rule or is that what we're doing?
So it's different from how we're held accountable. So in terms of our district's accountability, for a student to be considered on track to graduate, they would actually have to have 6 credits to go from grade 9 to grade 10. The State Department has said many districts still have the 5 in their policy, and we've learned from the State Department that's up to a district. And so we've had lots of discussion around that, and the feeling was that for students to maintain hope and to want to really stay engaged and get those credits to be promoted to the next grade level is helpful for them to do that. But we know that to be counted in terms of them being on track to graduate for accountability, they would need the 6 credits, the 12, the 18.
That's what I was wondering. So does that, the way y'all are writing it up, does that put kind of a burden on someone who is thinking, oh, I'm a junior and I'm going to graduate next year, but then they have 8 units to complete that senior year? I mean, when you're in a high school, 9th graders are in classes with 10th graders. 10th graders are in classes with 11th graders. Should we be concerned? I was going to come out wrong. Their morale matters, but also we need to make sure that we're not giving them a false sense of hope of being on track to graduate.
Correct. And I'm going to look at Mr. Calhoun for this, but I believe those conversations, I believe those conversations are had annually, if not in the IGP, if a student is falling behind in terms of those credits, those would be conversations we would be having with the student, even though we are promoting them to the next grade level. Because you're right, to get 8 in the senior year is a lot of pressure.
Especially on a student that only got 5 their first year,
yes,
and 6 the next year, and 5 the next year.
I would add that, we're talking about some students that may be striving a little bit if you're only going to get 5 in that first year, right? But we're going to put you as a sophomore. We know we're going to have multiple conversations with you, whether that's from your counselor, your assistant principal, you're probably on one of some intervention lists. There's all kind of different things that are going on. I think this is just that overall. Also, it matters. I've had these conversations with parents. If you got somebody who's got a senior, a rising senior, for instance, going into next year, and they've got 16 or they've got 17, right? And those senior privileges matter to them. The opportunity to get, those little things matter for a student who this school just may not be their thing, or they may be finding that's just not where they find their love. Okay, and so I think we're just trying to find those places where we're saying, "Hey, you're here, but there's a lot of support to go to get there."
Anyone else have thoughts or questions? I might email you in the next week or so if I have
we
more
can
questions.
continue that conversation.
Okay,
Absolutely.
That'd be great. All right. Well, then let's move on to 8.3. That's you too, Ms. Gaskins, IHCA.
It is. Same with the last policy. These revisions reflect expectations with the newly amended Read to Succeed Act, including the expectation for summer reading camp for those students at risk of being retained in 3rd grade.
Board, any comments or questions on this one? All right, Ms. Gaskins, ILB, ILBR.
So we have 2 different groups of testing policies. The first is really about following testing procedures, ILB and ILBR. And again, these have been revised to include the expectation for universal reading screeners, which are the expectation of the Read to Succeed Act, as well as updating some language around the South Carolina College and Career Ready standards and the Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015, which was after this policy was last updated.
Board, I know it's first reading, but do y'all have any questions on ILB? Yes. Okay. Moving on to 8.5, Ms. Gaskins, this one's you too.
Okay, so this testing policy and administrative rule focus specifically on our state assessments and the expectations surrounding those assessments. You can see in that first paragraph, we're really talking about SC Ready and the EOC, if our schools are selected to participate in the National Assessment of Educational Progress, as well as the Readiness Assessment Program, again related to the Read to Succeed Act, as well as those reading screeners.
I have one question on this. The readiness assessment is not the same thing as iReady.
It is not.
Okay,
so it's a
thank you.
kindergarten readiness assessment that we give our 4K and 5K students, and it is related to why we have the staggered start, because we're required to give this assessment in the first 45 days of school.
All right, any other questions? All right, Mr. Cooper, you're up next with policy JICG.
Yes, ma'am. And we do bring tonight for first reading policy JICG, tobacco and nicotine use by students. You will see in that policy edits to the consequence system only, not to the policy itself. This was initiated through the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. But Mr. Calhoun and Mr. McCormick regularly meet with that group, and one of the topics was vaping in schools and the just the ever-present nature of it, and students not wanting to have to see that deal with that, and that be a part of their school system. And anecdotal feedback was from him is because kids don't think like anything happens to them, and so that's certainly not the case, but nonetheless, perception is reality. And so we, Mr. McCormick and team, through our monthly assistant principals meetings, met with groups of administrators regarding the consequence ladder for updates and recommendations. And you see those listed before you. So the current discipline ladder for students who violate the tobacco policy on the first offense essentially is a day of in school, and they do a course, a tobacco cessation course that we provide as a district. On the second offense, there's a community service component, and they do a course through LRADAC. And on the third offense, there's a recommendation for expulsion. And of course, in-school suspension and a community service recommendation. Those are by no means pain-free. They are not necessarily the strongest discipline measures that could perhaps be put into place. And so what we want to see happen is for students who violate this policy, they learn their lesson before it gets to number 3, before it becomes a recommendation for expulsion. So you see the administration's recommendations. Simply put, and we can look at it into the more detail tonight or in second reading if you prefer. On first violation, we're recommending a day of out-of-school suspension rather than a day of in-school suspension. We're recommending that they take the same course through, there's a online platform called EverFi where our vaping course lives. They take that tobacco cessation course as well. On the second offense, we're recommending removing the community service component. This also comes from our school administrators. As someone who was an assistant principal and principal for over a decade, I can't tell you how hard that might be to manage a 6-hour community service component where I have to ensure that a child has an opportunity, is with a staff member and is engaged in some of that type work. I'm not saying it's not valuable. It is. It just, with every demand that's placed upon a school administrator, I think it overtaxes them. And I refer y'all back to some of the words that Mr. Dixon mentioned at a previous board meeting about the grind that is being a school administrator. For the second violation, we're recommending 2 days of out-of-school suspension, and that they take the LRADAC course or another approved course. We want to give parents options for what they think would best get across to their child, that, hey, you're making bad decisions, and we need to address that. It may be LRADAC. It may be the Courage Center. It may be their preacher. Whatever that parent deems necessary, we want to be able to accommodate that. And we would honor that request through Student Services approval. When this policy was written, LRADAC was kind of the only one in business, so that's why it was addressed specifically in policy. And then on the third violation, we would keep that same. It would be a recommendation for expulsion. They would have to come to an expulsion hearing and go through that process. Also, in the latter, you do see struck from there the referral to law enforcement. That is due to an update to SC Code 1617-500, where the possession of tobacco is not being charged. So that comes from law enforcement there. So we are striking that, and that has to take place regardless of any policy updates. And those are the only changes. The policy itself still remains in effect, but we are recommending these changes to the consequence ladder.
What do you mean it's not being charged?
A student will no longer be issued a ticket for being in possession of tobacco. That's a state law change.
But they would if it was not tobacco, right?
If it was THC, yes, ma'am. That would absolutely be
because I think that happens
offense.
a lot.
Yes.
A lot. Okay.
Anyone else?
I just hesitate on that. I mean, tell me. I luckily never got suspended or expelled, and my children are too young, hopefully. Is an out of school suspension sort of seems like, yay, I don't have to go to school. So is it a reward more than it is a stick?
I'm going to knock on wood as well with mine. It certainly wouldn't be a reward in my house. A couple things I think also important to keep in mind when that student is suspended. They're also suspended from extracurricular activities during that time, so they lose that as well. And a lot of that does fall back on the parent. But what we're trying to get across to them, again, I know it may sound like it seems like we're being punitive, and this is a punishment, so it is punitive in nature. But we're trying to get them to stop. Don't do that here. And unfortunately, removal from the environment, that's the reality of a school, and that's the consequence that we can issue.
Mr. Cooper, I had 3 comments or questions about this. You answered 2 of them in your thing, so my third one actually piggybacks off of something Ms. Flashnick said. And I know I sound like a broken record with this because when we did dress code, consequences and stuff, our job's to teach kids. And, of course, we don't want to condone bad behavior like smoking in schools. But if a student has in-school suspension, we have a monitor for those classrooms, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they would be obligated to be doing some form of schoolwork during that time. And so that kind of piggybacks off of the out-of-school comment where they can sleep in, there's not accountability, and stuff like that. I just wonder, especially for the first offense, if in-school suspension would meet stronger academic needs by forcing them to be with an adult as opposed to mom and dad being at work and then they're going to smoke at home and sleep in. So I think that might be something to look into.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, our job's not to solve this problem for the child, but in a sense, we're kind of inheriting this problem. And I think about maybe some of our more rural areas or lower poverty students who would end up being stuck at home by themselves, perhaps while mom and dad are at work, and they maybe don't have that, how my household would react as well, situation. So I don't know. I might think maybe the first one's a little bit more of a reward than a punishment.
What if we did, for the first offense, 2 days of in-school? And then second offense, 2 days out, or something like that, I don't know.
But I don't know. My brain always goes to seat time in a classroom, and if we pull them out 2 days, whether it's in school or out of school for a first offense, that is 2 days in 4 of our 5 high schools where they would miss 3 hours of instruction, and I don't know.
2 days in school, though.
Right, but they wouldn't be in their math class or their science class or their English class. They'd be doing kind of like an e-learning day in a. I don't know. I just don't love out of school suspension. That's my personal comment there. But y'all can, I guess, talk about it.
I was just trying to find out.
To add some more.
Yeah.
If I could ask Mr. McCormick to maybe give a little information too that might help us with our decisions.
So just to kind of give some insight to where we landed and why we landed there. If it was on. I'm good now? Awesome. Just to give you some insight to kind of where we landed and how we got there. One of the things in discussions that we had with administrators, one of the things we're trying to avoid, we're really trying to deter students from having them at school. And something that Ms. McCown touched on when she talked about THC vapes. Unfortunately, we hear this all the time in an expulsion hearing when a student walks into a restroom and participates in smoking a vape, didn't know it was a THC vape, that student is suspended for a minimum of 6 days from school. So what we're really trying to do with this is we're trying to just deter students from having them at school altogether to hopefully avoid those types of situations.
Is an out-of-school suspension an unexcused absence?
The student has the opportunity to make up any missed work. It's not held against them in terms of them not receiving high school credit, missing seat time. A student can't receive 8 days of suspension in a semester and fail due to attendance, if that answers your question. Thank
you. I was only going to add one comment similar to what you said, that for a first offense, 1 day of missed instruction, and then for a second offense, 2 days of missed instruction. That's the general increase in severity of the punishment for a first-time offense 1 day, second offense 2 days. So typically that's what we try to do with the more times that they are a repeat offender, the more severe the consequence.
Right. I was just thinking 2 days in, at least we know they're going to have some kind of,
So this is first reading. Direction going forward for the district. As of right now, we've shared opinions but haven't given any direction. Do we leave it as is? Does anyone have an opinion or a thought?
I've heard both sides, and I see both sides, so I'm really not going to give you an answer. But I think if we're trying to deter it from being out at school, and that way other students aren't getting involved with it as well, out of school is probably going to be the way to go, in my opinion. But yeah, it's kind of splitting hairs. Because you don't want them to miss seat time either. And I know people have gotten out of school and they're like,
how many on average of these do we see in the district, like first offenses?
For the year, there'll probably be 500 for the district.
Out of 20,000 plus students.
No. Out of
Well, out of 26,000 plus students, but I would say this is primarily what you see in middle and high schools. We do have tobacco violations at the elementary level.
That's why I rounded us down to 20. So we're talking. I mean, in my mind, we're talking about a problem for. I mean, it is a problem. Don't get me wrong, but it's 500 people. It's not like it's tens of thousands in a first offense issue. That's the only thing I could go with the out of school in that sense.
The only thing I would add to that number is 500 that our administrators have caught that offended the policy. It does happen, and by no means do we catch everyone.
I thought, so we're changing, you're proposing a change to the policy. We've seen how it's worked in the past with it being in school. Maybe we accept the change and trial a year to see how it works with the out of school and see if we can measure what the impact would be and then regroup in a year as an option.
With that said, we will move on to 8.7, policy EEAEC. And Mr. Cooper, that's yours too.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And we are bringing policy EEAEC, student conduct on buses, forward for first reading, and simultaneously bringing policy EDCB and EDC-R, school bus conduct for deletion. This policy has been recodified, and we are recommending the new model policy that you do see before you. In that model policy, the one thing that you will see that we've added to it is the statement that school bus rules will be listed in the student handbook and reviewed on a yearly basis. So in the previous policy and admin rule, the admin rule was a list of almost 40 rules. The admin rule also was written when most of SLT and the school board would have had an opportunity to ride a school bus, because it was, I think, 1990 was when it was last updated. So it has been quite some time and time for, obviously, to bring forward for updating. So in the administrative content of your board packet, you will see a modified list of rules for student conduct on buses. Throughout this year, really proud of what the number of folks that worked on this, but Mr. McCormick, Mr. Hall, and the hub supervisors and drivers from each hub met regarding this policy and regarding the school bus rules. So really proud of the kind of the wraparound, review, the kind of that 360 look at our current policy regarding school bus discipline. Those 40 rules, they boiled down to 16 that would guide students' conduct on the bus. And with that also eliminates what was, I think, a fairly antiquated system of bus points. So I don't know if y'all remember that from your days. The bus points were the discipline offense or the discipline consequences. What bus points ultimately did led to a student being warned, and then kicked off the bus for a week. So kind of some of the what you've gotten to in your discussions on the previous policy. So what we have drafted, and we have school teams working on, is just moving the school bus itself being considered an extension of the classroom, and the school discipline matrices being in effect to guide the administrator's decision on minor and major offenses. And ultimately, our hope is there that after a warning and perhaps a lunch detention or an after-school detention, that the behavior is corrected before there has to be a removal from the bus, and maybe that child doesn't have a ride to school for 5 days or for 10 days. So what we are recommending is, again, the deletion of those two policies, adopting the recodified model policy, along with this list of school bus rules, updated school bus rules that would go into our student handbooks.
Board, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Cooper about the bus policy? All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper. All right, we are going to move on to item 8.8, which is the technology belief statements. So I will turn it over to you.
Well, I'll give a little intro.
Gotcha.
And so over the past several years, really prior to COVID, we began to see students becoming more and more immersed with technology. And then during COVID, we were completely reliant upon it whenever students were learning from home or from wherever they were. And since that time, we've had discussions in this very room, in board meetings, as well as other meetings about what's the appropriate balance of technology use for students. Our youngest students, our oldest students. We've got students preparing to go into the working world. We've got students preparing to go into 2 or 4 year colleges. And how much technology integration and use is appropriate for them throughout their educational journey? Well, we tasked Dr. Bissell with coming up with a plan for Lexington 1 to establish belief statements about what we believe and why it's important that technology be infused gradually throughout the learning experience from kindergarten through graduation. And so there have been a lot of people involved in this work, and Dr. Bissell is here with us tonight to give us our first glance at the Lexington 1 technology beliefs.
Thank you, Dr. Price, Dr. Postlewaite, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tonight's presentation outlines how Lexington 1 is approaching technology in the classroom, not with a one-size-fits-all approach, but through purposeful, developmentally appropriate integration aligned to students' needs at each stage of their K-12 career. And so these belief statements that you have prepared for you in your board packet are designed to prepare students for the real-world demands ahead while ensuring that people and relationships and meaningful learning remain at the center. And so, who's doing my slides? Okay. It's okay. Thank you. Here we go. Okay, so to understand why this work matters, we have to look at the world that our students are entering. This slide highlights the skills today's learners need to succeed in that future. And so these aren't predictions. They're already shaping the workforce. Jobs now require artificial intelligence, data, and digital tools to communicate, create, and solve problems. And our role isn't just teaching tools. It's helping students grow as thinkers and collaborators and ethical decision makers. And so you'll see a strong alignment between these skills here that are listed as the top skills for 2030 and the competencies in our graduate profile. Our belief statements and examples of technology use are designed to build students' growth in those competencies at every grade level. And so the big takeaway from the skills on that last slide is this: we need a balance between technology and humanity. And that's exactly what our belief statements are built around. So we're not recommending to use more technology, and we're certainly not recommending that we ban it altogether. The real question is, how do we use technology with purpose? How do we use it to support the skills that matter most, like communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, the things that our students need to know to be how to do in order to be successful in life outside of K-12. And so our goal is to prepare students for a world where digital fluency is as foundational as reading or writing, just like our graduate profile calls for. So if you think of it like this: we started teaching typing because students needed to be ready for a world where writing would happen on screens and not only on paper. We introduced calculators, not to skip math altogether, but to help students solve more complex problems once they understood the basic foundational concepts of mathematics. We stopped using encyclopedias and started teaching online research skills when the internet became the primary way that we gather information. And so technology evolves, but so does teaching along with it. So what stays the same, though, is our focus on people, purpose, and the type of learning that lasts. All right. So the purpose of our belief statements is to help teachers choose the right tools at the right time and the right way to help students meet their learning goals. And that's really what purposeful technology use is about: intentionality. Our belief statements are designed to guide intentional decision-making across all of our grade levels. And so you can think of technology like a blender in the kitchen, right? You wouldn't use it to cook every meal, but for certain tasks, like if you were making a smoothie, it's the perfect tool, right? The same goes for education. We don't use technology for everything, but when it's the right fit, it can accelerate learning or make something possible that wasn't possible before. And so another analogy is to think about a GPS, right, in your car. It doesn't replace the driver. It helps them find the best pathway. So teachers are still the driver in this model with these belief statements. Technology just helps them to navigate more efficiently and adjust when students need something different. And so these beliefs give teachers the professional guidance that they need to make those decisions and choices well and to do so on the fly, but not to depend on devices, to use them with a very specific purpose behind it. Okay, I want to point out that these belief statements that you were presented with were shaped over the course of several months with input from a wide range of advisory groups. So the teachers, students, parents, administrators, instructional leaders, support staff, they were all asked to share their perspectives on what purposeful technology use should look like. And each group, as you can imagine, brought a very unique lens to that task. What works, what concerns exist, what our students truly need. And the result is a set of belief statements that reflect not just one voice, but the collective priorities of our school communities. So I want to start by looking at grades K2 and by acknowledging something up front. We know there are real concerns about using technology with our youngest learners, and those concerns are entirely valid. We all want to protect childhood. We want to make sure that students are developing social skills, engaging with each other, building foundational skills through movement, play, developmentally appropriate learning experiences. And that's why our K2 belief statements are rooted in limited, teacher-directed, purpose-driven use. Students aren't spending large portions of their day on screens. When technology is used at that grade band, it's used in short, focused bursts, often just 10 to 20 minutes a few times a week, to either reinforce a skill, allow for some student creativity, introduce safe digital habits under adult supervision. And so we're providing guidance for K2 because we know students are going to grow up in a digital world. And we want them to develop safe, healthy habits from the start with adults guiding the way. So you can think of it as like students learning how to cross the street appropriately, right? We don't wait until they're 12 to talk about safety. We start early, we walk with them, we hold their hand, we model how to look both ways. And technology is the same way. We don't just hand it over. We walk alongside them, model for them, and teach them appropriate and safe use. Okay, in grades 3-5, students begin to build more independence, not just in academics, but also in how they use digital tools to support their learning. And so we're still deeply rooted in teacher-led instruction here and hands-on learning, but now students, they might use a device to research a topic, draft a piece of writing, or collaborate with a classmate for feedback on the work that they've created. This is also a stage where students are going to begin to use technology to show what they know, representations of their learning. They're not just clicking through content, they're using tools to express their understanding, solve problems, share ideas with their peers and with their teachers. So it's important to note also that by the end of third grade, students are required by the state to take standardized tests online, right? So if they haven't had regular guided exposure to typing, scrolling, navigating digital platforms, that unfamiliarity can impact their performance regardless of whether they know the content or not, right? That's the way that they have to show their understanding is in those digital platforms. So part of our belief in grades 3-5 is ensuring that students build digital readiness so that technology isn't a barrier to showing what they've learned that year. And by fifth grade, students are also learning to manage digital tasks and tools in ways that prepare them for more complex expectations that they'll face in middle school when they enter there in sixth grade. So in middle school, it's all about learning to manage more responsibility in a lot of different ways. At this stage, students are developing essential habits. They're organizing their work. They're managing the digital tools that they have access to with intention. They're taking greater ownership of their learning. And this does include introducing students to artificial intelligence in that grade band, not as something that replaces thinking, but as a tool that can support learning when it's used thoughtfully. Students learn what AI can do, what it can't do, how to ask the right questions, how to evaluate the responses that they get back from those artificial intelligence platforms. And when we talk about responsible AI use for any user, whether it's a student or an adult, we stress the critical need for there to be human intelligence as part of the equation. You can't responsibly use artificial intelligence unless you're applying your own human intelligence to that equation, evaluating the outputs that you get and thinking very critically about what you ask it to do. Okay? The user's got to be thoughtful about what those inputs are and analyze the outputs for accuracy. You don't put a child in front of a hot stove and tell them to cook, right? You teach them safety, you teach them timing, you teach them how to handle it responsibly before they're ready to be more independent with those things. So we think of middle school as a training ground, not a free-for-all, all right, but a place where students can begin to practice independence with clear guidance. They're learning to make decisions, take risks, and explore new tools, but always within a structure that prioritizes safety, responsibility, and purpose. And our belief statements are designed to give teachers at that level the space to let students grow while also giving them the guardrails, providing guardrails for them and routines to keep learning focused and ethical and aligned with what students need to succeed in a digital world. Now, by high school, many students are ready to lead their own learning. They're designing projects, collaborating in real time, creating content. They're using digital tools that mirror what they'll encounter in college and the workplace and life outside of K-12. And at this stage, technology becomes less about learning the actual tool and more about using the tool to demonstrate deeper thinking, creativity, problem solving. That also includes artificial intelligence. We don't ignore it, but we don't treat it like a shortcut either. Instead, we need to teach students what it is, what it isn't, how to use it ethically, responsibly, and with critical awareness. Just like we teach students to evaluate sources during research when they're conducting research online, we now have to help them evaluate AI-generated content and think carefully about its role in their work. I mean, we didn't ask for AI, or some of us didn't ask for AI, but it's here, right? So we have to do right by our students and make sure that they're able to navigate that safely and responsibly. So the goal isn't early adoption, right? The goal is early understanding for our staff and for our adults and for all of our students as well. We're preparing students to enter a world where these tools are going to be common and where the difference maker for them could be how responsibly and effectively they're able to use those tools. So to wrap up, I just want to reinforce that this isn't designed to be a technology plan. It's a people plan. It's a learning plan that's grounded in who we want our students to become. Every element is tied to our graduate profile, to our instructional framework. Whether a student's 5 and just learning to log in or 15 and preparing for life after graduation, our purpose is the same: to build thinkers, creators, problem solvers, ethical decision makers who can navigate a digital world with purpose, integrity, and confidence. And even as tools evolve, our responsibility stays the same: to ensure every learner is ready for that future. So these belief statements are how we guide that work with balance, purpose, and always with students at the center. So I appreciate your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Board. Do you have comments or questions, Mr. Rice?
I just have one question, Mr. Bissell, on your next to last bullet point, informed by educator and student voice. Is any of that guided kind of by parent voice on that also, since at home we also need to continue the responsible use of the technology?
Yeah, that was some of the best feedback we received was from our parent advisory council, and so it was refreshing to you can imagine through the process talking to all the different groups and getting the different perspectives, and you see the common themes, and then you see where one group there might be some outliers from the other group, but the parents had a lot of input, a lot of it affirming what other groups had, and then some very specific input from a parent's perspective that we were sure to include in this most recent iteration of these belief statements. Yes, sir.
Is this going to be rolled out and implemented more this coming school year? I'm
yes,
guessing.
Ma'am. That's the plan.
Okay. And I guess I would just like to see a little bit more maybe time constriction on the grades 3 through 5. And then what it would look like, because we've got iPads for all these kids, right? So what is that going to look like moving forward? I know you probably don't have the answer tonight, but just curious.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What will that look like moving forward with all the iPads that we have already purchased for all these kids in elementary schools specifically?
Yeah. So the statements and if you look at each grade band has a similar structure, and so there's a section for purposeful use. If you see at the side where it says student purposeful use, and you see where there's a tie for each of those activities and how they're tied to the graduate profile, we really want that to be a part of how students are doing their work on a regular basis. Yes, ma'am. That's correct. So the architecture of that document has some belief statements at the top. In the table on the left, these are the things that we can support teachers with. These are the things that we'd want to see students doing. And then at the bottom, there's a list of things that we would consider to be non-purposeful use or things that aren't going to necessarily help us reach our academic goals.
I really appreciated the AI note about teaching them how to use it responsibly, not just telling them that they can't use it. When we were at the SCBA conference, there was a whole conversation about like an AI process or policy. Did you all have any discussion about implementing kind of an overall AI policy into this, about what we do and don't allow?
Not with regards to policy. What we've worked on are beliefs that we will be rolling out to all of our classroom teachers with the upcoming year. And Dr. Bissell and the other DLCs, as they work to with teachers to expand their toolbox with using technology, these will be the guiding documents depending on what grade band they're going to be working with in promoting best practice. In each of the attachments that you see in your board docs, you will see examples of how to use it as well as examples of how not to use it. And so we didn't go down the road of crafting a specific policy, but the components that you mentioned are embedded within these beliefs.
Just a quick comment. I love what you've done with these beliefs and this guide and this vision. I think it's very easy to lean on technology as a crutch. And I do also believe that in our district, we want to raise the bar and use technology to drive innovation and to drive our students further. So it's a push, and it's a push that we need to constantly maintain with our technology, because it's very easy, I think, to lean into it and relax and get lazy, put the screen in front of our younger kids and just let them be because it's easier. And so raising these beliefs and these expectations up, I think it's very smart, and appreciate all the work that's gone into it.
Thank you.
I have a couple comments, questions. Starting with secondary, I know we talked about AI and possibly policies and whatnot. Training our teachers on actually how to use it is really important. So, because our students are using it in incredible ways and some not incredible ways. And so are there already plans on training them ASAP?
Yes, ma'am. We have a professional learning series on AI literacy for staff, and we've rolled that out this year already.
Awesome.
We've had several schools and teachers engage in that. Our goal is to build a foundational level of AI literacy across our entire staff and student body. That's going to take some time.
Right.
And time is not something that schools have a whole lot of. So we've got to figure out the sweet spot for that. But no, we got on top of this pretty early. If you think about generative AI, this next big iteration of AI in November of 23, I believe it was. We're only talking about 2 years in. We got on top of it pretty quick and put some guidelines together and started putting together some training, and have tried to follow it as close as we can. As you can imagine, it's changing rapidly. It's something new each day. Training materials that we put together, at the beginning of the year, some of them are already obsolete. So we're trying to stay on top of that, but we've got a variety of PL options for our teachers, both synchronous and asynchronous.
That's great. You made a comment earlier that third graders are required to take standardized tests online. And a few weeks ago, it was some event in the district, and one of our elementary principals was just sharing with me just her heart and a burden for some of her students that had completed standardized testing that week on a computer, and they're writing it on paper and having to transfer it, and she felt that they were being more assessed on just their ability to do that than actual content knowledge. All of that to say, I've heard there's an option to actually do it on paper, but there may be a cost to the district. So out of curiosity, it would be nice to know what that cost would be, because it sounds like our educators might think that's more age appropriate for our younger learners on standardized testing. So
I don't know if you have that number on the top of your head, what it would cost per student, because I know it's quite significant. That's been passed down by the State Department of Education.
It is very expensive, and I can get a total to you, but it is quite expensive. And we've talked to our principals a number of times about whether they wanted us to pursue that in the budget, and there hasn't been an overwhelming desire to, but we will continue that conversation for sure.
I can say that we've made efforts to mitigate that learning curve, and so we tried some things out this fall where we found a platform that does a great job of mirroring what those high-stakes assessment platforms look like, and are able to give students practice throughout the year on their regular the tests and assessments that they would take as part of the regular curriculum. They're able to take in those platforms so that they can learn how to navigate and scroll and do some different things there, because we know that that's what's coming at the end of the year, and it gives them an opportunity to practice some of those things prior to that high-stakes environment.
I mean, that's great, but that's unfortunate that we're having to take little 8-year-olds and make them take tests online so that they're prepared to take a standardized test. It just doesn't sound, I don't know, it just doesn't sound like the best use of our students' time.
I understand.
That's all I have, other board members. Thank you so much, Dr. Price.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe next we're moving on to Superintendent's report.
That's right.
And we knew we had a beefy agenda tonight, so we only have 2 items for the superintendent's update. And tonight we're going to share, recently you all gave feedback to Mrs. Gaskins about the next round of program evaluations you'd like to see. She will share the results of that activity with you and our plans for next school year. And then after that, Mr. Cooper will provide an update on a few capital projects we have planned that we are making an adjustment on with regards to funding. Mrs. Gaskins.
So when we talked to you last, we said that our assessment and accountability department had the capacity to do 3 to 4 program evaluations next year. But after you gave us what you wanted your priorities to be, we really thought it important to try to do the remaining 4 centers of advanced study, and also the Lexington County mental health therapist. And so we have thought of an efficient way to try to get all 4 centers done based on your feedback, and overwhelmingly you also wanted to assess the mental health therapist. So we're going to take on 5 next year, and this will be the 5 that we'll do. And that will allow us to look across then all of our high school programming, those things that have been evaluated this year and those next, to make some big picture decisions instead of just having to think about one of those at a time. And more importantly, to think about how to continuously improve our existing programs.
Okay, and the item that I have for board information is projects that we are going to fund out of the 2022B bond interest. The projects that you do see before you are all previously board-approved projects. The only one that was using 22B interest as a funding source originally was the PES, RBES HVAC and chiller project. But you see only intend to use approximately $409,000 from the 22B bond interest, which is just over $1 million. So to be fiscally responsible and knowing that that bond interest does disappear, that might not be the financial word, but I'm told I can't use it anymore after September, we are moving 3 2024B projects out of 2024B for the funding source and using 22B interest to pay for that project completion. That will free up money in 24B for future projects that would be brought before the board for board approval, but would have more time to expend that money. The White Knoll High Gym, the Gilbert High Quarter Carpet, and the White Knoll High Tennis Courts will all be completed this summer, and we'll be able to use the 22B interest before it does expire. That will use the vast majority of the 22B interest. I expect to bring 2 more projects for your information back before you for information, 2 lighting projects that I believe we'll be able to complete as well within the time frame of this summer, and expect to notify you of that either at the June board meeting or perhaps a board brief if timing is of the essence on getting the materials.
Mr. Cooper, you said the first bullet item, PES, RBS, HVAC, was included in the 2022, but the last 3 are not?
Correct. The last 3 were 2024 projects.
Okay. Does the board have to take action for you to do that?
No, sir.
The North Lake Community Learning Center roof and HVAC, is that still in? There's like a balance on that 22B of $512,000. Is that just because it came in under budget, or is it still ongoing?
We're in the closeout stages of that, but the majority of that balance is going to be freed up as well and would be able to be used for a future project. I believe that's the last slide, Dr. Price.
Yes, sir. And the next thing on the agenda is Mrs. Miller's monthly financial report.
Thank you. All right. This evening, we do have the information as of April 30th, 2025. This is your first slide here with the revenue. You can see there your local revenue as of April 30th is approximately $124 million that has been received. Our state revenue is approximately $166 million, and then our transfers, which we've already discussed, is really state revenue as well, just transferring from another fund that it's required to be recorded in by the State Department to the general fund, is approximately $23 million. So that brings the total of up to $312 million, and you can see there your percentage of local revenue is continuing to decline, as we had talked about. As we go through the remainder of the year, more and more of the revenue will be state compared to local, and that should level off at the end of the year, being probably approximately 37% local, with the remainder being state revenue. On the next slide, it's just a summary of your board reports. Wanted to let you know this month you will notice that there is a state tax reimbursement item. We have finally received our homestead tax exemption revenue. That amount is approximately $2.1 million. This is just the revenue that we actually receive from the state instead of the local taxpayer. This is an exemption on taxes on the first $50,000 of a fair market value of a legal residence for homeowners over age 65 that are totally and permanently disabled or legally blind. This was established in 2007, and the dollar amount that we receive from the state has not changed at all since then. So each year, that's the amount we budget and the amount we receive. And we usually receive it this late in the year. All right, moving over to expenditures. We've got the breakout there between your salary and benefits, approximately $250 million, supplies and capital, other purchase services and transfers, bringing the total as of April 30th to approximately $286 million. And we're very consistent with the percentages there, with 87.5% being salary and benefits in the general fund. The next slide here has a summary of your report. Again, no big change from what we're expecting, and again, we've already adjusted what we think our projection is going to be for expenditures, and we talked earlier this evening that as far as the fund balance goes, we are expecting it to taper down to the level very close to what we had at June 30th, 24. You can see we're at approximately $140 million as of April 30th. And then lastly, we have our procurement report. As of April 30th, there's about just over 1,200 transactions, and 38 of those were that little tiny sliver of purple there at the top that were considered unauthorized, not anything major. Those are things if somebody's missing a signature or didn't sign a form, didn't get the proper paperwork in, and they could be simple mistakes too, forgot to enter a code into the accounting software, things like that. So nothing alarming. We continue to monitor those each month. We reach out to the schools if need be, but I'm not seeing any area where it's just one type of thing done by one school. So I think it's just routine items, and as the auditor looks at that, our internal control is working effectively and identifying where we have issues and following up accordingly. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Board, do you have questions or comments for Ms. Miller? Well, thank you for that. Item 10.1 is citizens' participation, but I don't think we have any tonight. So we'll move on to our action items. Do I hear a motion to approve one individual request to receive a South Carolina high school diploma pursuant to Act 155 of 2014 and Act 207 of 2016?
Madam Chair, are we out of order on the agenda?
The sheets are mixed up in my packet. Thank you for letting me know. Item 11.1. After 2 reviews, I was doing so good tonight, not messing anything up. Item 11.1. After 2 reviews, we finalized the 2025-2026 board goals. Everyone had one last chance to look at these before approval. Do I hear a motion to approve the 2025-2026 board goals?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the 2025-2026 board goals.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve renewal of an innovative course application for a physical education credit for PE for marching band?
Madam Chair, I move to approve renewal of an innovation course application for a physical education credit for PE for marching band.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Now for item 11.3, do I hear a motion to approve one individual request to receive a South Carolina high school diploma pursuant to Act 155 of 2014 and Act 207 of 2016?
Madam Chair, I move to approve one individual request to receive South Carolina high school diplomas pursuant to Act 155 of 2014 and Act 207 of 2016.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Gaskins, can you kind of just explain what we're doing here?
Sure. In 2016, we removed, well, actually before that, 2014, the state no longer required students to take the exit exam as part of the graduation requirements, which had been a requirement for about 25 years at the time. So now citizens have the right to petition a district if they met all other requirements for graduation except for the exit exam. And so we've had that request.
Perfect. All right, board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve policy IJOA and IJOAR, field studies and international travel, and delete the exhibit?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy IJOA, IJOA-R, field studies and international travel, and delete the exhibit.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve policy ECAA, threat assessment?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy ECAA, threat assessment.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay. Moving on to item 12.1, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Pizzuti at this time, who will report for the committee for the RFP for 2018 bond referendum project audit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get started, give me a brief second to say something. Those that know me, and as you get to know me, you know that I kind of speak my mind. That's just how I am, and when there's something I believe in, I fight for it. But I would like to apologize to the board and to the staff. Earlier, a fellow board member said something, knowing they didn't do it on purpose, didn't think they probably were, that I didn't take the correct way. And I probably shouldn't have responded the way I did. I should have probably said something behind closed doors. As people up here sitting on this bench, we're supposed to be leaders and set example of good decorum. And that's something that I think we all need to strive to do. And so just want to put that out there, say I apologize for saying something that I probably shouldn't have, and just move forward from that. All right. So the RFP Bond Referendum Audit Committee, we have met twice or three times? Three times. You'll hear us say audit a lot, but it's actually what's called an approved, excuse me, let me get the correct word. Agreed upon procedures. And what that pretty much means is we break down a kind of a scope of services of what we agreed upon that we want to be looked at. We have gone through multiple meetings discussing what we want to see. But instead of putting out an RFP immediately, something that's common in the industry when it comes to subjects like this and procurement, we're putting out an RFI, which is a request for information. The RFI, I believe, is board members, y'all have a chance to read it. We have put that out there, or we'll be putting it out there, to get feedback from the industry on things that does what we're looking for make sense, kind of give us an idea of timelines, budgets, and does the scope go along with what we are looking for as a group. Hopefully we'll get that feedback. We're hoping for a pretty quick turnaround on that to get some ideas back from industry, and then from that we will look at our RFP that we've been working on and make some adjustments to it. I think the gist of it is we're looking at the 4 projects that has been mentioned, along with any projects that hasn't been. We're looking at different categories, or we'd like to look at different categories. If I can get the paper in front of me. So we're looking at, can't find the right paper. Anyway, documentation review, risk assessment, reporting, proposal requirements, stuff we looked at, financial review. So financial review, procurement compliance, project outcomes, and there's a subset of all these. Documentation review, risk assessment, and then reporting and communication will be in the RFP, and then, of course, the normal requirements will be in the proposal. And I would like to give a big shout out to Ms. Marsh and Ms. Miller for helping us put this together. They have been a definite good source of dealing with this on this level. I know that's very high level. I'm going to open the floor to other committee members to make some comments, and then be happy to take any questions.
I'm sure y'all, if you had time to read through it, if you didn't, we kind of had to pivot a little bit from putting out the RFP to kind of pulling back and deciding to do the RFI, so we could kind of get some feedback from the people that do this every day, so we could make sure that the scope in which we were asking to have this agreed upon procedure is correct and narrowed down enough. So that's kind of where we're at now. Should be putting it out, when did we say? Today. So
I think the due date is June 5th?
June 5th?
Or 3rd? 5th? 5th.
5th.
Yeah.
Which is a Thursday, I think, so, yeah.
So that will be before our June 10th meeting, so hopefully we'll have information by then. And so just making sure I understand, that type of information that would come back from this would be, okay, y'all have listed South Lake, Lakeside, transportation, Centerville. Here would be costs and the timeline and stuff, like that type of information?
Well, actually, we started down the pathway of the RFP, and as we started refining things, we said, well, when you send an RFP out and it goes out a certain way, that's what they're going to bid on.
Right.
So we said, we don't know if we exactly have it dialed in so that potential firms would understand where we're trying to go. So you could end up getting proposals all over the place. So you end up doing an RFI to let them kind of look through what your scope of work is, and then they may have questions, and those questions may be more defining questions. Well, what exactly do you mean here? What do you mean here? And it gives you a chance to kind of sculpt the RFP, improve the RFP before it goes out. Because if you send the RFP out, and then they come back and they bring you different bids, and they don't really, I guess, align with what you were looking for, or there's a lot of questions, you have to start all over again with that RFP. You can't just change an RFP on the fly and say, no, I sent this RFP out and you bid this way, but forget it, I changed this and bid it this way. So we're using the RFI as kind of a check step for them to give us feedback to say, it probably needs to at least include this or needs to clarify this, so we know we're giving you a proposal for what you really want us to do. So it's kind of a protection step before you go all the way down that path and you have to go all the way back to the start line again.
And there are protections in place, so you can't take just one person that says, here's how you should write the RFP, because then you get into a conflict and that person wouldn't be able to bid. So you ask the questions where it's kind of a high-level check, like you said. They can't tell us how to write the RFP, but they can question what we have in there.
So the same people could then bid on it.
Correct.
If you don't mind, I'd love to make a quick statement. And first of all, just want to thank the subcommittee members for all the time you put in to kind of getting your thoughts together and defining this RFI/RFP. And also a thanks to Ms. Marsh, and I know you have a new last name. Congratulations. They're going to send their responses back to Elizabeth Marsh, just so you know, in the RFI. Yeah, okay. Okay, all right. Sorry, I digress. But thank you again for all the work. You did a great job of taking the subcommittee's thoughts and kind of outlining how the process should look. It was a beautiful thing to see. I think it's really important too. Y'all have done a really great job of kind of outlining the what's. I think it's just as important to succinctly speak to the why. And I know we've talked about this some, but I kind of sat down and was kind of trying to figure out how we would state the why as succinctly as possible. And I wanted to toss this out for the group. We've done a lot of work with demographic study, facility studies. We're thinking through growth in the district and how we're going to manage that in many different ways. And I am seeing this review as a component of that evaluation of how we want to handle growth in the future. And so what we're doing is we're taking a subset of our previous bond-funded projects, and we're trying to figure out what kind of controls did we have in place. Did we have the right controls? Did we follow those right controls? And ultimately, we're trying to figure out, what did we do well, and what do we maybe want to do a little different if we ever need to go forward with another bond referendum, but also as we continue to manage our current projects. Do we have those controls in place, or do we need other controls in place? And so I think that is the overall vision of this exercise is, again, what have we done well? What do we need to do a little better today and potentially in the future? And I just wanted to see, does that kind of align with what y'all are thinking that this exercise is focused on? Or would you say it a little differently?
I mean, I'll yield to the other members also, but I look at it as the end goal is continuous improvement. And I mean, I'll just give an example. Before I got on the board, the change happened before I got on the board. the district used to purchase property and land a certain way, and we kind of got in, what shall I say, we kind of left some room for us to maybe be taken advantage of. I'm not saying we were, but there was room there. So a continuous improvement was, we need to tweak how we go about purchasing land and who we work with, et cetera, so that we have a little bit more control so that we don't get taken advantage of. It's not that we got taken advantage of, but we made some continuous improvement changes. So the thought now is, okay, now we got a pretty big bond that we've done. We're looking at some things. We had some projects that went over. We had some that finished, less than budget. So I like what you said about, let's look at what we did well. Let's look at what we need to continue doing, but let's look at maybe, are there some gaps that we could tighten up or tweak and do it that way. I don't really think there's this gross violation of everything, but it's just, what can we continuously improve? Because eventually in this district, we'll have to go for another bond referendum. But I think just like we teach our students, refine your work, improve your work, learn, try, fail, and adjust. I think we have to do the same thing as a board, is show the public, hey, with our bond referendums, we're not sitting here just thinking we got this down perfectly. We're willing to look at ourselves to see if we can improve a little bit before the next go-round comes up. And by the way, the board does not know when that is, despite what people may be saying.
Yeah. I'll piggyback off what Mr. Rice said, and totally agree with that. And Ms. Shealy, I agree with what you're saying too. I don't think we're using this as to be a gotcha type exercise. I think it's something that we want to get where, like you said, know what we did well, know what we need to work on. And so, I agree with all those statements, but I also think it's up to us to be, if we ever get to another bond referendum, to, like I said, have the trust of the public to vote however they want to. They need to know the information that we can be held responsible for handling a referendum a correct way. So, like I said, it's definitely not a gotcha thing by any means. I think it's definitely a best practices or where we need to tweak practices. So,
and I would just add that bond referendum money is probably, building schools is one of the biggest things that we spend money on. I mean, it's a lot of money on, and when people are out and about in the community and they're talking about school districts and how we spend money, that's what they think about. They don't think about the money that we spend on teacher salaries. They think about the money that we put into schools and building schools, and y'all are always building schools, and oh my gosh, all the money you spend. And so I think for me too, it's just showing the public that we are being financially, fiscally responsible and transparent, and we're doing all these other studies. So why not show them that we're being fiscally responsible with the money that they entrust us with, and what we build, and when we go forward. In the near future, we're obviously going to have to be building some more schools. So when that is, I don't know. But, yeah.
I will also add, thank you, Ms. Shealy. Even though you're not on the committee, you read through the RFI and you gave us some suggestions that we were able to incorporate. So thank you for your input also. But and I do appreciate my other committee members, because I think their heart is really, really in it. They want to do the right thing. I mean, I feel like my heart's in it. I want to do the right thing. And, we want to be able to present to the public that we're willing to do the work, and we're willing to dig down. We're already taking our time to come to normal meetings, but now we've had 3 other committee meetings between our last 2 meetings. And so that's not by accident. We're here. We're all in, but thank you for giving us that input.
Thank you all. We will move on. I'll turn it over to Mr. Anderson, who is our board legislative contact, to give us a legislative update.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. The K-12 bills passing the finish line in 2025. The following statewide bills have been signed into law. If you want to know the effective dates, you can find that information on the South Carolina Legislature websites. Senate Bill number 62, Education Scholarship Trust Fund. This was a program expansion. It revises the ETF or ESTF program following the state Supreme Court's ruling that struck down a prior version. The revised program restores and expands scholarship payments for eligible students with funding sourced from lottery proceeds, the state's general fund, or both. The 2025-2026 school year is capped at 10,000 students from households earning up to 300% of the federal poverty level, which is approximately $96,450 for a family of four. Each student receives a $7,500 scholarship. The 2026-27 school year expands to 15,000 students. The income cap increases to 500% of the federal poverty level, which is approximately $161,000 for a family of four. Scholarships remain at $7,500, but may increase based on the state's average per pupil funding as determined by the Office of Revenue and Fiscal Affairs. Senate Bill 77, live streaming of school board meetings, requires school districts to live stream and record all school board meetings, including full board, committee, work sessions, and regular meetings. It also requires the State Board of Education to develop a model live streaming policy for local adoption. Prohibition of any live streaming policies that restrict or interfere with in-person public participation. Recordings to be posted online within 2 days of the meeting. If live streaming fails despite reasonable efforts, a full video and audio recording must be posted within 7 days. This applies to charter and special schools except during lawful executive sessions. Senate Bill 78, credit for prior occupational experience, permits individuals pursuing or holding a state teaching certificate to receive monetary credit for prior non-teaching occupational experience. Senate Bill 79, non-certified teacher pilot program, creates a 5-year program or pilot program permitting public school districts to hire non-certified teachers for up to 10% of their teaching staff. Participation is voluntary and must be approved by both the school principal and the district superintendent. Further, the bill outlines eligibility, experience requirements, performance evaluations, and enrollment and certification programs for participating individuals. Senate Bill 269, proprietary security in schools. This authorizes public school districts and charter traditional school resource officers under certain conditions. Continuing on that, ensures and authorizes the continued funding for state government operations, including school districts, at the current fiscal year's levels if the fiscal year 2025-26 state budget is not enacted by July 1, 2025. Senate Bill 425, school meal equity, requires schools to annually identify students eligible for free or reduced price meals, promote participation in the federal community eligibility provision, adopt meal service practices that prevent stigma or discrimination. House Bill 3196 is the Educator Assistance Act, modifies teacher certification requirements and employment procedures. Key provisions include creation of a lifetime certificate for retired educators, revisions to teacher contract and assignment processes, increase in required number of in-district professional development days from 3 to 4, requirement for districts to implement sick leave banks for all school staff. Also, House Bill 3247, excused absences for career and technical participation, requires schools to provide up to 10 excused absences for students participating in a career and technical student organization experience such as Future Farmers of America or 4-H. House Bill 3862, military enrollment priority, allows charter schools to give enrollment priority of up to 10% of children of active duty military service members. The following bills have been signed into law. House Bill 4014, which abolishes the constituent districts of Charleston County School District and their respective boards of trustees effective July 1, 2025. House Bill 3792, which removes the fiscal autonomy authority of Clarendon County School District, the board, and transfers the authority to the county council, which is also directed to approve the district budget. House Bill 3878, which reapportions the 7 single-member board districts in Lawrence 55. House Bill 3877, which reapportions the 7 single-member board districts in Lawrence 56. And House Bill 4187, which extends the 1% special sales tax and use tax in Lexington School District 1 for an additional 7 years. We ended that one on a good note.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for sharing all of that. And I'm glad you shared about the Educator Assistance Act, because it reminded me, with the requirement for the districts to implement sick leave banks for all school staff, that would probably be something interesting for the board to hear about how we're going to implement that here in Lexington 1. It looks like Ms. Price has something to say.
We already have a sick leave bank in place, so we won't have to make any changes to that, but I can certainly bring information on what we have in place.
So, in the sense that employees can donate days.
Correct.
To
yes.
it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be great.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. We all have a very early morning. The last thing on our agenda is the Great On Their Behalf wrap up, which we've had a lot of. I don't know if Mr. Anderson, if you have anything to share, or if y'all want me just to jump into a brief wrap up. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I was thinking about how just to tie a pretty bow on all of this, and at the end of the day, decisions we make, whether it's mandates from the state level or input from our community, needs to be focused on student outcomes, and that's kind of the big takeaway that I took from this book. Really just us putting the right guardrails in place, right superintendent in place, and then monitoring the progress there. So with that said, considering we're all going to see each other again in about 9 hours, as we wind down the school year, we'd like to recognize all of our employees for their commitment to Lexington 1 this year. We hope you have an amazing summer and some well-deserved rest. Last week, we also celebrated our retirees. Thank you all for your years of service to Lexington 1, and we hope you don't have to set that alarm clock too early now. On Wednesday, tomorrow, and Friday this week, we will celebrate our 2025 high school graduates. We are looking forward to each ceremony and recognizing the accomplishments of the class of 2025. Congratulations. And with that, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, before we adjourn, I'd like to take a point of privilege. I have said this before in the past, but I think that given that we're on the precipice of commencement exercise, like you said, in 9 hours, I just want to extend some words of wisdom to our graduates, and that is that there are 2 words that will open many doors for you, and those words are push and pull. With that, I motion that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned.